Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special West Grey Council meeting regarding the 2021 budget. My name is Christine Robinson, and I am Mayor of West Grey. With respect to the call to order, we have all members of council present. We have a quorum. This will be a most interesting day. The agenda is action-packed, and certainly we are doing our agenda for West Grey on behalf of West Grey. So with that, I will just move on now to item number 2, which is the moment of reflection. Would you mind taking a quiet moment? Thank you, everyone. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Is there anything at this point, members of council? Seeing none, thank you. So before we go into item 4, I do want to ask Cody Hewitt if he would mind just walking us through some of the features of our Zoom meeting software, and also noting that we are recording this meeting. It will be on the West Grey website, www.westgrey.com. All right, with that, Supervisor Hewitt, would you mind walking us through the features?
Absolutely. Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 889-1716-6853. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be using the raise their hand function to speak. Members of council will also be using the raise their hand function to move, second, and vote for a motion. Following a motion, the outcome, either moved or carried, will be confirmed verbally for the benefit of any guests who have joined us over the phone rather than using the online meeting software. If you have any technical issues throughout the meeting for members of the public, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hewlett. And I'm just looking on the participation list, and I do see that there are members of the West Grey Police Services Board. Welcome to those board members, and also welcome to citizens participating by listening in. Thank you. So Director Mighton, as we move on to item number 4, business arising from the previous meeting, we do have 4.1 staff reports, Director of Finance and Treasurer 2021 budget review. I wonder if you could just identify as we work through each of the items contained in your report, and they're extremely well laid out and identified in terms of the dollar figure attached to operating and the new items that were not in the draft 2021 budget, along with the associated department and description. So that takes us over to 2 pages and then on to capital. I do note that on item 5, just as I go through the agenda here with council and staff, we do have 2 budget presentations. You've noted that Malcolm Bedeau, West Grey Public Library Board Chair, for his presentation for 2021 budget will be arriving electronically at 1 p.m. Now, I do note that we have Chief Martin here. Is there a specific order you wish to address within your item number 4?
Yes, if council wishes to reorder the agenda, if you want to deal with the police one before we get into the staff report, that's fine. If that's your wish of council, if those just so that then the chief and the board members are, I think you said the board members were also in attendance. If that's was there. Yeah.
I do see 1 or 2 board members just rather quickly, but if council wishes to change the order for that, I would be looking for a motion in that regard. Councillor Townsend, I see your hand up, and good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will move the motion that we adjust the agenda to move the presentation on the police budget prior to number 4.
Okay, thank you. I just wrote that down. I do see Deputy Mayor's hand up. Are you seconding that?
Mayor Robinson, yes, I will second the motion.
All right, Clerk Sharbeck, do you have the motion and could you read it? And I will ask if there's any questions before the vote and then we'll move on.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that we amend the agenda to move item 5.2, police budget, ahead of item 4.
Any questions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please, Councillor Hamilton, I saw your hand up. Was that a question or just a quick vote?
It was a quick question, Mayor Robinson.
Then go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that all the members of the board are here. Were they given a time? I just want to respect their time, and certainly if they're all here, of course we'll do it right away.
So I can tell you that the board members were notified that the Police Services Board agenda would be, Police Services Board budget would be on this agenda. Our meeting starts at 9. There was a potential that it could be 10 o'clock. There's a potential it could be
Okay.
right at 9.
Yep.
But then just to give that flexibility that it would be up to council to make the determination. So like I said, I think I do see one member anyway on quickly looking at the dashboard. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check everyone was here who wished to be here today.
Sure.
Thank you.
Now I do see Councillor Hutchinson. I see the hand. Is that for a vote? Or not?
Yeah, that's for the vote, sorry.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other questions. So all those in favor, please indicate with a hand up. And that is, okay. So that includes myself. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. I'm also included in that count for approval of that, even though you're not seeing my hand. So all members of council have voted in favor of this motion. Motion is carried, and thank you very much, members of council. So with that, Director Martin, do you have a segue before we go right to Chief Martin?
I don't think I have. I think I'll turn it over to the chief if he's ready to start. You do note that it is 461,867 is the increase in the police budget year over year. But the chief will be able to provide a few further details on some of that.
Well, thank you. So I will formally introduce item number 5, budget presentations, the 5.2. Only at this point, Chief Rob Martin, West Grey Police Services. Again, Chief of Police, West Grey Police Services budget. Good morning, Chief, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Good morning, Your Worship. I apologize for the camera not being on. I can try to turn it on, but due to our internet struggles, having more than one person on, I may get thrown out, and I would prefer not to get thrown out in the middle of my presentation. I can
Yes.
try the camera, but given the new difficulties with the Ministry of the Attorney General requiring us to do court through our cameras and our computers at our stations now, both for traffic and criminal, and for training functions, we don't seem to have a lot of bandwidth at our station right now.
So please proceed. We're absolutely fine with you just appearing here with the audio. The explanation was most appreciated. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, thank you for the opportunity. I would be remiss if I did not thank Director Mighton and Secretary Webb of the board for their help putting our budgets together. They certainly do save me a considerable amount of time and do keep me quite focused and on track when they help me prepare for this process. Our budget as presented, we do see an increase. Our budget, we are asking for some funding to replace the deputy's position. It will not be a deputy chief's position to save funding, but we are looking to put in an inspector as a number 2. The reason for this is we are getting exceptionally busy. We now see new processes coming into place that require even further reporting under the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act. We have operational matters that are taking off. Our complicated cases are coming in. In 2020, we did have 2 aggravated assaults where people were severely injured in a stabbing and a beating. We did have one attempt murder, and a 60% increase in sexual assaults last year, with most of our victims being under the age of 16. These are time-consuming and very complicated cases, and by having a director of operations in place for us, he'll be able to monitor that and give it the attention it needs in dealing with the operational matters on the sides of the police service. That will allow me to focus on the administration, which is human resources, budgeting, finance, those type of matters, simply to make sure that we keep running as a modern, effective police force. We have also asked for 2 recruit positions spread out over the year to keep costs down. I can say right now that in 2015 is the last time we actually did a group hiring of more than 2. We did ask for recruit and were successful last year due to the time constraints in the budget process and the training from the Ontario Police College. That recruit position is still in its training phase and will not be operational until at least March of this year, when he can actually be on his own and work on his own. To get an officer trained right now is challenging. We have asked for spots at the course for the Ontario Police College. Simply, if this is approved, and I wasn't being forethought or assuming anything, I just wanted to make sure we have the spots available for us. Our last big hire was 2015. When we talk about numbers, we've seen our numbers. For 2020, we did see a 13% increase in calls for service. 2019 was a 28% calls for service. Our numbers are going up. We did have a 6.8% increase in charges laid by this police service in 2020 over 2019. We are now up to 406 criminal charges being laid by members compared to 380 the year before. It is getting very busy. We are getting more and more pressure from the ministry in terms of scope and optic to have our officers prepare more, get ready for court more. They are having to spend more time in the stations now because of our technology is tied to the stations. We are not able to download materials from eBrief, Scope, Optic, and I do apologize for all the acronyms, but there are so many new programs from the ministry. To go through them all would take us hours to try to explain what they are. For the reasons for the increase, once again, calls for service are going up, demands are going up. We are getting more complicated calls. We have managed to keep with our training needs in 2020. We do have in place a new domestic violence coordinator. That position was just filled after the retirement of one of our sergeants in 2019. We do have an officer trained in homicide investigations now. In the event that we actually have to use him, hopefully we do not. And we've also trained officers in fraud and financial crimes, as we're seeing increases across the board in those types of cases, especially as the pandemic continues and we're at home. I will direct and ask Ms. Mighton just to give a breakdown of the cost for our recruits and the budgeted numbers that we have. Our policing costs overall, we did a 5-year study. Thank you, Ms. Mighton, for your assistance with this. In 2016, we were 21% of the budget. In 2020, we are 15% of the budget so far. We've been able to drop 6% over those 5 years. For various numbers of reasons, we stopped spending money on things. We are looking at what we truly need and what we truly do not need. We do need a building. I know that has come up in the past. There was some conversation that the police are getting too much in this budget at the last building meeting. The building is something that is a municipal responsibility under Section 4.3 of the Police Services Act, that the municipality is responsible for providing us with infrastructure, including building and vehicles. We do need a building. No one is arguing that, which I thank you for council that they have looked at it and realized that we do need a building in some shape or form, but we are falling apart here. And I think it just needs to be known that the building is not part of our budget itself. What we are working for is to keep on moving to make sure that West Grey is a better place to live and a vibrant, healthy, and happy community. The way that I feel this can be achieved is having an effective, engaged, and community-focused police service. Given our numbers are going up, we did see decreases in crime in 2019. Those numbers have not been prepared by Stats Canada for us yet. we know that violent crime dropped 25% and our property crime dropped 1%. If you look at our comparator police services being Owen Sound and Hanover, being very close to us and in Grey County, both of those police services saw double-digit increases in their violent crime and their property crime, where we saw decreases. I put that solely to the fact that my officers are out there, they are engaged, they are invisible, they are not invisible, they are visible to the community, and they are doing the job we expect them to do. And to continue to do that job, we will need to put boots on the ground. The other concerning incidents we're seeing is our stats for use of force. In 2019, we had 25 incidents of use of force where officers had to use force to effect arrest or protect themselves. In 2020, that number increased to 41 incidents. That's a significant increase where officers are using weapons or presenting weapons, but that also faces the types of crimes that we're seeing in the town and the issues that we're facing with our criminal element in the community. Carrie, could you provide the breakdown on numbers, if you would not mind, please?
Director Mighton, please.
Just wanted to clarify, Rob, you're looking for the breakdown on like the hiring the cadet, what the net cost is?
Yes, please.
Is that what, let me just, I didn't have those. I will just grab those from Heather. I will be right back.
My apologies for putting Carrie on the spot. I will drone on, or I could drone on about our numbers, but I will look for any questions from yourself, your worship, or members of our council.
Well, I think what I'd like to do at this point, Chief, is we'll wait for the information from Director Mighton, and which should be coming back rather swiftly, as she's going to be working with Heather Webb, who will be providing the information. So with that, Chief, is there anything further in terms of a presentation that you would like to provide this council with? Please.
Not much more than what I can say. We have a very good police service that I would compare with any other police agency in this province, regardless of their size. Our members do a good job. We are engaged with our community. We have started a number of programs, in particular during COVID, to assist Georgian College with the graduation of their students. So I have officers mentoring college students now, which is a significant shift from a lot of services who aren't engaged to that point. We do have our TEP programs in place. They were put in place to deal with community concerns in terms of violent issues that happen in some of our urban hubs over the summer. And we talk about TEP programs. They're the targeted enforcement programs, where we continue to watch areas, saturate the areas with patrols, and engage our officers with the downtown cores of those areas. That program that we put in place did see an increase of 130 hours in foot patrol in our communities last year, up to 574 hours compared to 444 in 2019. But we do need to realize that we are West Grey and Grey County, and rural Ontario is becoming very popular with people. We know that our campgrounds have 1,335 sites, plus 6 very large group sites that they do not track numbers on. Reaching out to these campgrounds already, we know that they're going to be at capacity this summer, in particular due to the COVID matters. That's another, who knows how many people are going to arrive to go to those sites. We have at least, according to Stats Canada in 2016, 118 mobile homes here, for lack of a better term, which better known as trailers. We do face increases in numbers throughout the summer. It is challenging for us during the summer as our staffing levels, everyone wants time off as well. And I think by increasing our complement, we'll be able to effectively make sure that our officers still do the job, are still visible. And my biggest concern is they have adequate backup to do the jobs, given the incidences that we're facing as a community.
Chief Martin, you did say face increases. I wonder if you could just let everybody know what that means.
Pardon me, your worship, but you cut out there. Could you repeat the question, please?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm hoping that I have clear audio for this entire meeting. But you would use the term face increases?
Facing increases, your worship.
Facing increases. Okay, thank you for that. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands acronyms or descriptions. Well, thank you for that additional information. I find that extremely valuable for our council and anybody listening in, quite frankly. Director Mighton, do you have, wonder if you could just regroup what the question was and then provide the response, please.
Yes, so we've got 2 cadets added in there. One net cost for wages and benefits, 68,000. The other one is about 37,000. And that's the staggered start time in the year is the difference in those 2 cadet positions. And that is net wages and benefits.
Okay, thank you. Chief Martin, was there additional financial information you wanted identified to this council, or does that conclude your presentation?
I don't think it concludes my presentation because I have absolutely no doubt there will be questions from yourself and members of council.
Sure.
One quick notice to make, with those 2 recruits, we are hoping to achieve a better gender balance within our police service through targeted hiring, but that is something that we need to deal with from a human resources standpoint as an organization. But I think it's important to let the members of council know that we are aware of the balance and we are taking steps to hopefully rectify that issue.
Okay, thank you. Director Mighton, was there some financial information you wish to provide council at this time with regard to the budget request through the West Grey Police?
Oh, I think just if there's any questions, that'd be
Perfect. We are at that point, members of council. Any questions? Councillor Hergert.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, Police Chief Martin, for bringing this forward. I would like to address very swiftly a matter that came up at the January 19th meeting, where we were talking heavily about the police building, and I deviated into operations, and I do apologize for that.
Thank you.
It started off as somewhat an open, honest dialogue, but the forum was not appropriate for a council meeting. And I appreciate that and respect that I need to stay in my lane. And I've heard very clearly from our police chief that I was way over the line into operations, and I do apologize for that. I do believe in our community policing as being the best thing for West Grey. I also believe we were talking about opportunities and possibilities of the force. And so when I was speaking to those matters, I definitely think that community policing offers new possibilities other than our other options, right? And I realize and recognize that those comments should be directed through the Police Services Board. So I'm left thinking, first off, I do apologize sincerely for getting into operations. That's not my expertise. That is not my specialty. I will then refer and rely on the Police Services Board to bring forward recommendations. So as of yet, I do not have a recommendation from the Police Services Board that I've read. Maybe I've not seen the minutes. Maybe I've not seen an ombudsman report. Maybe I haven't seen these things. I'm not seeing a recommendation for a new officer and or 2 new cadets. I don't know if that's already taken place. I would like to rely on the expertise and the experience of our police force and the Police Services Board for that. So those comments were January 19th meeting at about 4 hours and 44 minutes in, and I do sincerely apologize for getting into operations. That is not my area, that is not my scope. So I would like to get back to budget, and I would like to ask, is there a recommendation from the Police Services Board for the new hire that is on the budget today, as well as the 2 cadet openings? Is there a recommendation, please?
So Councillor Hergert, thank you very much for clarifying your discussion points from January 19th. Chief Martin, please, to the question.
2 points, your worship. Thank you, Councillor Hergert, for your apology. It means a lot to my membership. I will make sure that it's passed on. I know there's members listening in right now
Yes.
to the budget presentation, but I do appreciate the apology, and hopefully we can move on, and I will make sure our association knows, and I will consider the matter dealt with, and thank you very much. Second point, I do not speak for the board on matters moving forward. That's not my place. We do have the chair of the board and the vice chair of the board if they'd like to speak to those questions, but I cannot comment on behalf of the Police Services Board any recommendations that they put forward to council. I will turn it over to Councillor Shea or Her Worship for a response for that question.
Well, thank you, Chief Martin, just for providing your information with regard to that. Certainly the budget before you, the West Grey Police Services budget, was addressed by the West Grey Police Services Board. And this is the budget that we duly put forward for West Grey Council's consideration. We are hoping that the West Grey Police Services budget request is approved in its totality. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
So last we had spoke about the building January 19th as that relates to budget. Was there an approval or a recommendation from the Police Services Board on the size of the building and or the money that would be spent on the building?
Oh, so in order to address that question, I can tell you that the West Grey Police Services Board will be meeting February 1st, and the part of the resolution that came out of the January 19th meeting was a request for West Grey Police Services Board to endorse the project, if you will, the West Grey Police Services new station. That's on the agenda for Monday. So there's nothing at this point to say, as we have not met as a board. When we do meet as a board and when there is a resolution that comes out of that, that will be duly reported to this council through submission of the resolution to the clerk. Anything further, Councillor Hergert? I see two other members of council listed to speak.
Yes, the Director of Operations. I noted that the police chief had mentioned he, and I was curious if we've already hired that person. Thank you.
Chief Martin, please.
We are engaged in the process right now. I apologize for saying he. We have not finalized anything. It may be he, it may be she. At the present time, we did not receive any applicants, female applicants for the position when it was posted. We are working with the association on a couple contractual issues about it in discussions, and that will be brought back to the board for a further look once we make some more conclusive steps on how we're going down that path.
Thank you, Chief Martin. Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
No, I do appreciate that the chief has brought forward some statistics that I did request a couple weeks ago, and I appreciate that information coming forward. I'll look forward to the annual review. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison, thank you to Police Chief Martin for coming forward this morning and discussing some of the numbers. And appreciate the police force and all that they do for West Grey. I'd just like to throw something out for discussion here, and that given that the police wages are a $400,000 bump in from 2020 to 2021, and given that we just come through a pandemic, and everybody has, is struggling somewhat. And I'm just wondering, what would the police look like this year if we didn't go with the senior command officer and the two cadets? What does that really mean for West Grey Police Force?
In terms of operations?
In terms of operations for the year.
Certainly. Chief Martin, please.
I would be engaging in a workload study to see what we would have to stop doing to make sure that our officers have a level of service that still meets the community needs, but doesn't result in their burnout. We have seen our use of the mental health programs increase significantly in the last year with our staff due to some challenges, and the pandemic has not been easy on my staff. We're seeing increases in our mental health calls, suspicious person calls, domestic violence, and sexual violence go up. These calls are time consuming and very hard on our members. Right now, we sit at a ratio of 1 officer for every 741 citizens. If you take out our membership that is off and not operational, that increases to 1 for every 931 citizens, which is the worst in the province for a municipal police service. If you look at the comparators, we'll just pull it up. I do believe Hanover is sitting at 1 officer for every 600 or 500, and Owen Sound is a little bit lower than that for our comparators. So we are high for our numbers, but we'd have to look at what we do and how we do it to see how we can rejig that. Because the last thing I want is any more officers off on an occupational stress injury or physical disability simply because we are running into the point that they are getting tired. And having the number of officers that we have on the road sometimes during our busy points, we do cover off 876 square kilometers of territory. Sorry, my other phone's going off. My apologies for that. We do cover off, and we have to look at things like response times and what we do and how we do it. And that would have to be an independent review on how we deal with the calls for service. I hope that answered your question, Councillor Hutchison.
Okay.
Councillor?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, realizing it does put stress on the force, but I also realize that, you know, this is a, 5% hit on our budget when we're looking at 14% right now. So we struggle too with, putting this out to our population. So just keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd also like to thank the Chief Martin for the presentation. It's good to get an idea of the background. Just to recap on one particular point, and that had to do who has what responsibility. I appreciate the building is a municipal responsibility and is not considered part of the police budget. However, I'm sure the citizens don't make those distinctions per se. When they get their tax bill, they're just going to say, this is what I got, this is the increase, can I handle it or not? So when I made the comments at our last meeting, what I was saying is if we had a full year of charge for the building, which would be 3%, plus this 4.7% increase, that would be 7.7 that was going to the police services, not necessarily your budget, Chief, and I do acknowledge that difference. The other thing is I'm going to ask Director Mighton for 2 pieces of information, and I think you have them, but if not, please advise. Maybe we can get them later. The first one is we're trying to identify the amount that we are already above the 2020 budget before we add anything else new. Can you remind us of what that number is?
Director Mighton.
You're looking for across the municipality?
Yes.
In total?
For example, the run rate of new hires from last year, the secondment return, those kind of things, you would calculate all those and come up.
Oh, like what we're starting with for our budget increase? We were just over 14%.
Right, but that adds all the new requests as well?
Not necessarily. It doesn't have like the, it has the police budget in there, but it does not have the new positions in the administration side. So there's a column as well that doesn't have the additional increase in the insurance. The library board was received after the November 30th, so that needs to be added in their increase as well.
Okay, so before we take into account any new people, including the police, et cetera, it sounds like we are somewhere in the neighborhood of 8%. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're close to 8%, probably. Yep, 8 to 9.
Right. So I have no idea how we can accept the 8% and do nothing else and still entertain all the others and come forward with the kind of increase we're going to present. So we have a lot of work to do to figure out how we're going to get to a reasonable percentage in a pandemic year. you know, I'm with Councillor Hutchinson on that. We cannot be overzealous in what we're increasing when people are already struggling. The second point is the 3 or 3.5% for the building total. I think some of that is already in the budget, and also, excuse me, and also we know we're not going to get hit for a full year. So can you estimate in any way, shape, or form how much of that 3 to 3.5% we're likely to have in 2020? Or sorry, 2021?
That will depend on when construction starts and the first payment comes in. So will it be halfway through the year? Will it be, it depends on how quickly we get that RFP out. Will it be starting digging ground in the spring, or will it be July 1st? 300,000 would be an estimate, 3 to 350 for a full year, based on the final payback. But during the construction time, when will that first draw come? It'll depend on your actual start date. If we keep moving the project forward, is it that mid-year before, by the time the RFP and they start digging ground? Once those expenses start, then that's when we need to draw on a construction a loan. So you're probably looking at least half the year, if not better, if it moves forward faster.
Okay, so I'm going to assume it's going to be somewhere between 1 and 2%, which means it's not the 3.5. So at least that would give us some relief from the 14.5. But the other observation is that the compensation alone this year for the police services is going up roughly 25%. That's a huge increase in 1 year for anything that's with that kind of magnitude. Like the police budget starts at 2 million, you take almost 2.1 million in 2020. So you take 25% of that, that's a huge increase. It's 5+% just for that alone. So I'm going to suggest that I can't support it, not because I don't want to support police, but because I don't think we have all the other information for the other cost centers. So if we were to decide today and right now to accept the police budget, we are basically saying everyone else gets nothing. And we still have to figure out how to roll something else back. And I'm not sure how we do that in isolation of one particular budget only. But I would suggest that we're likely to have another meeting by the conversation we're having last week. And so I'm wondering whether it would be prudent at this time, Chief Martin, to ask you to do some of that quick analysis that you were talking about doing to give us an idea on what the service level would be per the question that Councillor Hutchinson asked. I don't know if that would be possible if, say, we met a week from now, or how long that would take. But again, I'm not suggesting we don't do any of it. At this point, I'm just trying to figure out what would happen if we did. So now we have the maximum impact and the minimum impact, because you're still going to have some of the salary increases from year over year. That's still going to be there. So it's not going to go to zero change. We know that. So I would be interested in hearing that, and also going through the rest of the cost centers. And then council's going to have to prioritize and maybe make some tough decisions.
Well,
Thank you very much.
for that, Councillor Townsend. I'm going to go to the chief just to respond in terms of Councillor Townsend's inquiry for the additional information. Just a response on that, please. Do you have everything at hand, or?
To look at what we would do, we've started some preliminary discussions in our office with some of our supervisory staff, looking at what we can, for lack of a better word, dump onto other areas. We would be looking at our things like bylaw enforcement. The problem is, if we stop doing the bylaw enforcement, that then goes to Chief Building Officer Shipwrecks Department, which will drive up his costs. So right now, it's very preliminary what we've looked at, anticipation of that type of request. We would have to dive into it a little bit deeper, decide what we would have to revamp. Our priority is effective and adequate policing. We will not move away from effective and adequate policing. It is a standard in the Police Services Act. We are well above adequate and effective policing, in my respectful opinion, and in the opinion of our zone advisor. So we're doing a good job, but I would need some time to begin to actually divulge into on things that we would no longer be dealing with as a police service. I am loath to do that, to be very honest, and I will be quite open about that, because if we stop doing it, I don't know who will. We do not have a lot of by law enforcement. It is shared. That would put some pressure on her. We'd have to stop attending to perhaps animal complaints. That would put more pressure onto our animal control officer. The community safety and well-being plan, which people seem to think will have some effect on policing. It's not even been adopted by all of the councils in Grey and Bruce counties yet. The tables have not been set up. The membership of the tables have not been set up. The priorities and engagement studies are not finished yet. So we can't be looking at that too closely because they're not there yet. The supports are out there and the direction is not going forward from the tables as of yet. I anticipate that will be a number of years before we see some effective decisions and things coming out of that. And we will have to look at how we respond. We do attend to about 400 motor vehicle collisions a year involving animals. Perhaps that could be something that could be revamped, but that is a legislative requirement that we do have to attend. So we'd have to look at how we can do it and can we do any changes within the scope of what our legislative responsibilities are. But in a short answer, Councillor Townsend, I'll have to look at it.
Councillor Townsend, anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Chief Martin. I appreciate that, and please understand, I do support the police, and I do want to see the job well done that we're seeing within the municipality. I can't say that often enough or strongly enough. Always been a proponent, but the real issue here is what can West Grey afford in 1 year? Not what can we afford longer term, but everything coming at once seems a bit too much at this point. And the other not concern, but the other opportunity I know from the community safety well-being, there was a grant that came through, which will help alleviate some of that initially. And that I just read yesterday, the day before. So, you know, the more that comes from the province, the better off we are. And I should also note that from the police building itself, there can be some opportunity there if we get funding, grants, whatever the case may be. I've seen a few opportunities there that may help us on that front as well. And I'm not sure where those are. We'll get to that later in the process. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. And that was all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you for those questions, Councillor Townsend. Moving on to Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Chief, for providing this information. I had a couple of questions that maybe Carrie could help with. It was identified that the 2 new cadets would impact the budget this year by around 30,000 and 60,000 each, because they're both partial year hires. What's the annualized cost of these new officers?
I think it is about 75,000 around there with wages and benefits.
Okay. And the inspector position, do we have a salary range for that in the budget as well? That is for a full year, I believe.
Yes, I believe the draft had a full year in there. And I think it was coming in about close to 175 in total wages and benefits for the senior command.
So we have the full year salary for the inspector in there. But with the cadets, we've got 90 out of 150. So we're actually, if we adopt all these new positions, we're actually putting an additional $60,000 towards next year's budget that we're pre-committing because of the annualization of those 2 cadets, right?
Correct.
So yeah, I just wanted to point out that these increases, these partial year increases, I would be more comfortable thinking of them as an annualized increase, because we're not just making a decision for this 1 year, we're making a decision for every year going forward. So that's just something I'd like people to keep in the back of their mind. I want to point out also that we are in the process of developing the next 3-year business plan currently. It's going to be several months before it's finished. The last 3-year business plan did not include any reference to hiring additional command staff or any additional staffing at all. So I think that the business plan exercise is an opportunity to sort of look forward, 3 years and say, do we want to grow the force, shrink the force, keep it the same size, redirect it into different priorities? That's what we're doing currently, and I believe that's what's been done in the past. But the past business plan didn't identify this staff growth priority 3 years ago, anyway. And Chief, I also wanted to ask you, how far along are we in the hiring this new inspector position? I understand I was involved in the board decision to approve this new position, so you were given the go-ahead to fill it. How far along are we? When do you think that person will possibly come on board?
Thank you for the question. Chief Martin, please.
Having that person onboarded, we are well along in the process. We can have that person depending on obviously negotiations with the board for contract, salary, those types of things. Just to finalize it, we can probably have them in place within a month to a month and a half.
So the selection process is complete?
We are still working on it. There is 2 quick hurdles that we have to go over with our association. That should be resolved by hopefully this week or next week. I'm still waiting to hear back on their council's opinion, but we have gone ahead, yes, sir.
And this position will not be a member of the association, I understand.
That senior officers are members of the Provincial Senior Officers Association, and they fall under a different contract simply because they are in charge of discipline, and having members of the same collective agreement unit disciplining each other basically goes against the concepts in the Police Services Act.
And I also understand, Chief, that you engaged an Owen Sound senior police staff person, a woman, to help in the hiring process to help address gender bias that might be involved in this hiring. Is that correct?
We did not use the Owen Sound person. We actually used a retired deputy chief from the Halton Regional Police Service as the person, as she has extensive knowledge in the recruitment and hiring process.
Okay.
She is was a female member of that police service, counselor.
Okay. So I guess I also wanted to make clear to members of council here that the $175,000 of this increased budget request has already been spent on this inspector position. So the police service board has its hands a little bit tied in terms of how much this request can be reduced. But that's all the comments that I wanted to make at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Shea. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple of questions through you to Chief Martin. I'm not sure if I just wrote down the stats. You said we're estimated 750 per ratio for officer versus population, if you will. That was one thing. I just wanted to verify that. One of the things that I look in that number there is we do have a large geographical area. So I think in comparing us to like maybe an Owen Sound or in Hanover, it's more of an urban setup, and we're rural. So I think that's one thing that has to come in. One of the questions: how many hours of overtime did our officers have to put in 2020? If I could ask that.
Chief
In
Martin,
20,
please.
oh. Is my
Go ahead,
mic on?
Chief.
Yes, it is, sorry. I'm having some Zoom issues with the buttons, my apologies. For the ratios you're looking for, we are right now with our full complement, not including the people that are off long-term, 1 officer for every 741 citizens. The Canadian average is 1 officer for every 541, and the Ontario average is 1 officer for every 565 citizens. Just for those stats, last year, our overtime was actually good. We have put in overtime abatement measures looking forward, but we did spend 1,044 hours and 75 hours of overtime were put in by my members. Most of those calls, because we look at them monthly, they are reported by the admin sergeant, who does a very good job of tracking those for us. Most of them were calls for shifts, arrests, sudden deaths, and investigative steps reasons. Very little court this year, as most court was stopped. Court is a big drain on us, and we know that we're going to see increased overtime as the courts begin to reopen. All of the trials that were supposed to have been scheduled for early 2020 went off the rails, and now we're seeing that influx start again. So I'm anticipating, simply due to the court matters that we have outstanding, both provincial and criminal matters, we're going to see increases in our overtime. Hopefully that answers your question, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Martin, and it does. And you know, that's one of the things I was going to say. I think in 2021, if things move along with the pandemic and things start to open, I can assure you that the courts will be, well, we know there'll be a backlog, but they'll be in full throttle. So I can assume there's going to be a lot more time spent in dealing with the backlog. I think the overtime too. I think we really got to watch that, because the stress that it puts on them. These officers do need to be home with their families after they fulfilled their obligated hours of providing the service to the community. I think the numbers that you're saying here is that the priority in my mind is the public safety of this community, and we are well under, and I don't think it's too much of a request that you're putting forward. It has been a couple years since we've done anything, and I think it comes down to 2 things, and that's the safety not only of our police force, but it's the community that I'm really looking at this budget here. I just want to thank you, Chief Martin, for your presentation, and I want to thank the police force for keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your comments and those questions. Very much appreciated. I'm moving on to Councillor Hamilton at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Chief Martin, for presenting to council today. And I would welcome the board and Chief Martin to come talk to us more. Come mid-year too. Come tell us about what's going on with police, because I think this information sharing is really important, and I don't want to limit this information sharing to just budget time. And perhaps just floating out an idea, perhaps when the annual report comes out, that would be a great opportunity to have this discussion about service levels and stats and what's going on in our community, because it's important that council's informed about how policing's changing year to year. So I really welcome and encourage the board and our chief to come visit us between budgets. I think it's really important to keep the dialogue open. So further to that, I'm hearing that we have a current business plan in place, and I believe I heard Councillor Shea mention that as part of that business plan, it doesn't speak to increasing staff in that business plan. I'm also hearing that the board is undergoing the development of a new business plan, and that will be an opportunity to engage with our community, to engage with council, to have conversations about what does community policing look like for West Grey? What's the best fit for West Grey? What are our needs? What are our unique needs? And what levels of service do we want through our policing and this very important service that we have for community policing? And I don't take that for granted. So we're really fortunate to have this locally focused community policing approach. So I know our council is data driven and likes to have the framework of plans and consultation and collaboration and consensus building. And so I think through the lens of a business plan and that process, we can arrive at supporting the staffing that's being requested today. And I don't want to jump over that process. I think that's a process we need to walk through together collaboratively to support the staff increases that are before us today. I also have a question about, and this would be a question to our board. So perhaps, I know we have our chair and vice chair as members of council today, but I do have a concern that I'm wondering, how did the board arrive at a decision to approve a new hire without it being supported by budget? How does the board support the decision to make a hire mid-year without budget being in place to support that position? So I suppose that'd be a question for our chair or vice chair of the police board. Thank you.
Well, certainly, and thanks for the question, Councillor Hamilton. We, as a board, rely on our chief, who will identify operational needs in terms of staffing needs and service quality needs. And it was identified through our chief that this was a requirement. Certainly, we address any of those staffing requirements when we're not in a pandemic situation, but we've certainly been apprised quite regularly with our chief in terms of operational needs currently. Before I go to Councillor Shea, who is the vice chair, I wonder, Chief Martin, if you would just go through your experience in terms of the operational requirement for this position.
Thank you, Your Worship. To go through the operational requirements, policing is changing. I do agree with what Councillor Hamilton said. Everything now is data driven. Everything is reported. We are seeing massive changes in the way business is being done and what we're expected to report back to the province, in particular race-based data, race-based stats, use of force stats, pursuit stats. It is going to continue changing. The new Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act is going to put more responsibility on policing to report more to the Ministry of Solicitor General. We don't operate in a vacuum. We're all intertwined, and that data will be what drives changes in policing coming down the road. For one person to run operations, be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, be the SIU liaison, the OIPRD liaison, the Law Enforcement Review Administration liaison, still doing those jobs, plus reporting, plus working full-time hours, plus being engaged in the community events. It is tiring. I am not going to lie. I love my job. I love this police service, but we're getting to the point where we are becoming a very modern police service in the way we do business. We have a full-time CIB officer now, which is responsible for our clearance rates, improving almost 100% for property crimes last year. And being in charge of everything is impossible. And the last thing I want to do is have something to get overlooked and we put our organization or our municipality into a liability type position, if that makes sense. And to just reiterate what you said, if council, and I've made this in past presentations, if council ever has a question or a concern, you know where our police station is, you know the phone number, you can call. And perhaps in the future, to expand on what you said, it would be beneficial for a presentation to council on exactly what we offer to our community and show them exactly what we've done and where we have come from 2016 until today. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important that we've put this budget forward through West Grey Police Service Board, and it was expertly developed through our chief with the assistance of our director of finance and treasurer. And we understand that there are operational pressures that we need to address, and that we're servicing our community. And I think that's really important. This West Grey Police Service is stellar in terms of its service level and its officers and auxiliary and staff. And we do know that budgets need to be approved in order to continue on with the operations. We are very much ingrained in our business plan review, and that's a process that we do not take lightly. And the review is certainly needed, and that's part of the Police Services Act. Okay, so I'm going to go to Councillor Shea because you posed the question to both myself and the Vice Chair. And so I'm going to ask Councillor Shea if he wishes to do that. And then following your response, Councillor, I just have a list of second-time speakers. There's just one at this point, but I'm just within the procedural bylaw, we have twice speakers. So Councillor Shea, I'll go to you, and then just back to Councillor Hamilton to see if there's anything further. Councillor Shea, in response to Councillor Hamilton's inquiry.
Yes, thank you for your inquiry, Councillor Hamilton. I was in a police service board meeting towards the end of the year. We did approve the budget request. I think a previous councillor had asked if that was approved at the police service board, and yes, it was. I was concerned with that decision because it was a 14% budget increase, and when we presented a 14% budget increase the year previously, we were directed by council to go back and reduce that, which we did. So I was unoptimistic that our 14% increase would be approved fully by council. But in that same meeting, we decided to approve the hiring of the new inspector position and to advertise the position and go forward with filling that position without already having the budget in place. I did think that because it was so late in the year, that we might have been able to wait a few months until the budget had been completed and approved, and that would have been more prudent. But those are the steps that were taken in that order. We'll see how that ends up impacting on both council's decision making on the budget this year and on the police service board's ability to incorporate any direction that council deems fit to give us. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I do have a couple more points, but just relative to this one. I'm very concerned that any board would make a decision that's outside of the budget that you're working within. This isn't specific to policing, that's just what's before us today. But we know in our role as boards, we have to manage with the funds that we have. So I'm hearing that the position's been advertised, it has not been filled. I'm just going to reflect on that some more, Mayor Robinson. Again, this isn't specific to policing. This is just what I would expect of any board, whether library board or any board that's managing the funds. So I will pin that in my mind for now, Mayor Robinson. I was wondering. Oh, thank you. Yes.
Just to that, the issue was presented to our board. We do not take any issue lightly or any request lightly. And it was presented through our chief in terms of the operational requirements. And the West Grey Police Services Board determined that this was the appropriate step to take. And that is the decision that was presented by the board through a vote that was determined.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I just have a question for our treasurer, and that would be about, we know Durham's growing, we know there's subdivisions being built. According to these subdivisions, it'll result in a 50% increase of our Durham population. So just looking ahead to, providing growing our services, police, library, our administration, everything's going to have to grow to respond to this development. How long does it take for, when a new home is built, how long does it take for that tax revenue to come to West Grey? Is there a bit of a delay there, or when do we start seeing that new assessment taxation?
Director Mighton, please.
So it can take a year to a year and a half before it comes online, depending on, when it's finally completed. The maximum that we can go back is 2 prior years plus the current year. So the MPAC has tried to make efforts to bring items online a little quicker, but then also with the current pandemic, it's kind of
Oh yeah.
delayed some of the on-site stuff, but we have still been getting some. But they do try to keep it so that we're not losing taxes if it goes past the 2 prior years.
Okay, thank you. Because certainly that's something, and I'm sure we'll work that through as police are developing their business plan, but supporting the growth, that's going to be an important thing to look ahead. But for me as a counselor, I'd want to see that revenue flowing through, that new revenue or taxation flowing through to then support the growth of staffing across our municipality. So that's just a thought looking to the future. No, I think that's all I have to say for now, Mayor Robinson, and certainly just want to emphasize how much I'm looking forward to that dialogue that we're going to have as your police board is going through the business plan. I'm really looking forward to that opportunity of talking more about community policing. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for saying that, and certainly your questions, Councillor Hamilton. It's really an opportunity whenever any board or committee goes through their business plan or their strategic plan overall. Okay, so as per our procedural bylaw, twice, I do have a second time list with only one member of council on this. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, before I just ask my question, Mayor, when
Yep.
you lean to your right and look down, that's when you lose your mic.
Oh,
So
thank you,
just to
Councillor.
keep in mind.
Thank you.
So yeah, so I just want to reinforce that West Grey, we do have a great police force, and our last survey does support our policing. We want to have it, but I also want to reiterate the fact that we have just come through a pandemic, and we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think when we come through this, things are going to be a lot better. I think that we're going to see a real boom in the economy. So I think keeping that in mind, that our police force also has to remember that it is tough times, and yes, crime is going up, services are the needs going up, but we have to also sometimes make sacrifices. I just had a question about, it looks like in our budget that we have a new police vehicle, and it hits the capital budget at a 63,500. And it must be cruiser number 5 according to costing for repair and fuel. Is that correct, Chief? Is that cruiser number 5 on your list here?
Chief Martin.
Just 1 second while I get the mileage paperwork.
Yeah.
Good,
I just didn't see any cost in 2020, and then all of a sudden there's a cost 2021. So I presume that's the new vehicle.
Yes,
Yeah.
due to the fact that we do put on astronomical miles on our vehicles and our patrol times because of the distance. We are now seeing we have a number of cars that begin to cost us more in repairs than what they're actually worth. And we are looking at replacing one of our vehicles. That present mileage is sitting at 309,000 kilometers. That's simply putting it to be unsafe. Those officers drive those cars on a continuous basis, and when it gets to the point where it gets to that much mileage, we find that we're basically spending what a car would almost be worth in replacing the parts on it. We have 2 vehicles to be replaced. We decided to leave and only ask for 1 this year simply because of the cost of cars. The vehicles, Ford has become a sole source supplier for cars, and we've seen the costs of those rise exponentially along with those. along with the equipment that goes in it. So that's why we're asking for one car to replace it, to get rid of the car that is about to mile out and provide a new vehicle for our people to drive. We are looking at going with the pickup truck, the F-150 Police Special. It is a bit cheaper than the SUV. And we found that the truck that we drive, the new Car 10, is perfect for the conditions on our roads. We will not be replacing them with any patrol cars, sedans anymore, simply because our road conditions in late fall and early spring tend to, for lack of a better word, destroy the front end and back end of the cars. If that answers your question, Councillor Hutchison.
Yes, I understand, given the size of West Grey, that to have proper vehicles is important. So I just wanted to bring that forward because it is an $80,000 hit to our budget for a new vehicle. I'd hope that you keep in mind that since we are leaning towards going green, that you look at maybe hybrids in the future. I know there's additional cost involved in that, but just something to keep in mind. And also, I just wanted to ask a question about last year's budget. We did talk, and I believe you implemented different computer systems, better computer systems in the police vehicles. And the comment then was made that that should help with the court costs, because then now officers can visit courts from their vehicles while working and so on. So can maybe just a comment on that? How's that going and where are we with that?
We put technology in place to make the job easier for our members working out of their vehicles. Obviously, they can't work in the vehicle all the time simply because it would destroy their backs. The computer system is working. We are functioning with it. But then we saw the change in direction with the Ministry of the Attorney General, who is not part of the policing ministry, but a separate ministry all the time. And they simply moved all of the court processes over to Zoom or other computer systems that then require my officers to attend in the station for a standalone computer due to CPIC, optic, and niche security requirements. We are not able to stream from the cars to the courthouses. Couple things are the security issues. The other issue is secure tie-ins from all over our area are hard to find. We know that we have some internet challenges in some of our areas, but due to the steps that the ministry took, we have been dragged back into the station to use those secure computers that we were forced to purchase with no rebates from the ministry, simply to meet the ministry's needs.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered where we are with that. So I see some challenge with that, but given we're going to have a new police station, hopefully we'll have the facilities and the equipment. And given that West Grey is on the move to become Wi-Fi and high speed in all places in West Grey, hopefully that'll solve some of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful comments. Chief, was there anything further that you wish to address on a green fleet, on the police green fleet? Chief Martin? Chief Martin?
Must have lost him.
Yeah, okay. So staff, are we able to ensure that Chief Martin is still engaged in this discussion? Wonder if I could get some assistance with that. I'm not seeing him on the dashboard.
If I may, Mayor Robinson.
Yes, please.
I, doing a quick review of the dashboard, it looks like we may have lost Chief Martin.
Okay, can we just take a moment? I'm sure he's actively calling in, but let's just take a moment. And Supervisor Hewlett, would you please let us know when he's back on?
Absolutely, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Just one moment, please.
Mayor Robinson,
Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
may I suggest just a 5-minute break? Would that be appropriate?
Sure, I think that's a wonderful suggestion. I was just waiting in terms of having the chief back, but I think that's a great segue. Would 5 minutes work for everybody? Okay, well, let's take that 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 10:19. 10:20. And Supervisor Hewlett, I'll ask that time. Hopefully, I'm very optimistic that we'll have the chief back in. Thank you. See you
Absolutely.
at 5. Please turn your cameras and your mics off. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm 1, 2, 3. Clerk Sharbeck, can you just help me as I'm just counting out the members of council present? I see everybody here, but I wonder, Clerk Sharbeck, if you could just confirm that. And also, after I get a response from you, I'm going to go to Cody Hewlett to ensure that our chief is back.
Hi, through your worship. I think all of council is here and staff, and we're ready to roll.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hewlett, do we have Chief Martin back on the line?
Yes, I can confirm that Chief Martin's back on the line. He has called in as opposed to using the online Zoom software.
Okay, good resource. And before we move ahead, I just want to give a little more clarity to Councillor Hamilton's inquiry about the position. Certainly when Chief Martin put the question to the board, we certainly addressed it in terms of operations, and it was the board that made the decision on that. I just want to add some more clarity because I think it's necessary. So just in terms of the mechanics, when we get information from our chief that we highly respect, we assess it and then make a determination, which is what we did in this case and what we do in each cases of our board. But within that senior command position, I want to make it clear that we did have money in our budget. This isn't an outside budget item. So it was money within the budget. It's categorized as like a senior command. It's a replacement position. So we had money in the budget with respect to a deputy chief, and in our wages and benefits, I think there was about $175,000 identified, but I'd have to get that clarified through our either Chief Martin or Director Mighton. But that's with respect to the hire that is currently underway, that we do have budget funds and we are working within the those budget funds. So I got thinking as we took that break and was thinking, no, there needs to be more information brought out that it wasn't outside our budget. We had the funds. So I wanted to make that clear. And let's move on. Councillor Hutchin, now we're on a second time speaker list. And I believe Councillor Hutchinson, did we satisfy all of your questions? But I just want to double check before I move on. Yes, thank you for the affirmative thumbs up. Councillor Townsend then, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for clarifying that you did have the funds already in your budget.
Yeah, sure.
I'm assuming that means the head count was there, they just weren't spent in 2020. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay.
Actually, Chief Martin, did you want to elaborate anything further? I do want to bring the chief back into the full discussion. So welcome back, Chief. Do you have anything further to add? Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank goodness. Please go ahead.
For the clarity of council, that was not staged in any way, shape, or form to do with our IT issues. We have system-wide collapse that just occurred, so we are on the phone. My apologies. We are working to get things resolved with our IT specialists from Owen Sound, and I do not have anything further to add to your comments on the command position, Your Worship.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to bring you back into the discussion. Councillor Townsend, please go ahead.
Thank you. I guess the question now refocuses to the significant increase in the budget. The way it's presented looks like we have one senior commander and 2 cadets. And now we're saying that the senior commander is funded by money that's already there. So I need to understand why we're going up on the salary range of $526,000 for 2 cadets, plus I'm assuming there is some built-in increases, but I'm really struggling with the fact that that totals with $526,000. I wonder if either you or as chair of the police board or the chief of the West Grey Police, Chief Martin, could actually explain how we got to the 526,000 increase then, because it's no longer 3 head counts, it's only 2 is what you're saying.
Sure, yep, and we'll go through Chief Martin, and then for any financial backup, we will go to Director Mighton. Beginning with Chief Martin, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Last year, we presented a budget of 12% increase. It was sent back by council for decreasing, and that position was not going to be filled as we are in the middle of a litigation with another party that was resolved. So that position was not filled at that point. It has not been removed off our chart, but that money was cut out by the board to bring our increase, budget increase down last year. Unless the board has any other clarifying facts for that. Then this year, the budget money was put back in because the position still exists in our org charts. It doesn't show up. It is a vacant position. And to remove positions from a police service and to drop staffing levels, you would need to go through the Ontario Civilian Commission on Policing Services and have a Section 40 hearing to reduce the size of your service. Because it's just not something that can be done by council or the Police Services Board. You have to have provincial authority to reduce the size of your service. That's why that position was not removed, but the funding was removed from it to bring it in line with the request from council last year to reduce our budget. I hope that and trust that answers your question, Councillor.
Well, before we go back to Councillor Townsend, Director Mighton, anything further to add?
Yes, the other portion of the increase there is the change from the special constable that's shared with a couple other services. We used to pay one of the other services for that constable, and now we have brought that person on, and we charge back a portion of the wages, which you see up in the special constable revenue on the budget line item to help recover some of those costs associated with that position. So that was a new, that wasn't in there in 2020 budget. That change occurred just near the end of the year.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Councillor Townsend, anything further?
Yes, I have just a clarifying question for the chief, and then I'll have one more. So Chief Martin, if I understand correctly, you're saying that once a head count shows up in your org chart required for the service, that it's not necessarily funded, but it's in your org chart. Is that correct? Not to be removed.
Chief Martin.
Yes, the position exists. The intention was to replace the position eventually, but the decision was made to wait for the civil process to end before any decisions were made. And that process has ended. We did continue for a short period of time without that position, but that position is still existing in our org charts. However, the funding was removed for budgetary reasons last year.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I go back to the Police Services Board, and I'm again going to say it sounds like the board approved a position that was not funded. And so if that in fact is the case, when I was presented with that in my business world, I always had an alternate plan in case my budget wasn't approved. So if it isn't approved and the hiring process has already been approved as well, how would the Police Services Board expect to be able to cover that expense? What is your alternate plan if council says no?
Well, we certainly would have to, we made the determination through the board that the requirement was needed through operations and to support the West Grey Police Service in the execution of their duties. So we did our best determination that this was a requirement for the board. It was discussed at the board, and the a determination was made, and we will address it accordingly within the budget that that we receive through the determination of the budget from council. But we've assessed all of the requirements and have the budget before you at this time.
So would it be fair to say, Madam Mayor, that in the role of Chair of the Police Services Board, that you will wait until you get council's sort of approved budget back, and then you'll deal with how you would handle that if in fact it doesn't fund that position?
No, we're moving accordingly with the recruitment. The recruitment is underway. There's a requirement in the service for the position. So we're addressing that.
But you don't have the money, so how would you pay for it if council says no?
Well, we have the funding within the current amount. And Director Mighton, can you just confirm, I'm just looking at my notes, is that 175,000 and that is the account that we would address it through?
Yes, roughly wages and benefits all in, you're looking about 175.
Yeah.
Okay, do you mean in this budget, Director Mighton, or do you mean in the 2020 budget?
In the 2021 has the amount in there for the replacement of that position. Yeah.
Right, but 2020 did not have it in. So therefore, there was no budget from council for that position when the Police Services Board approved it. So my question was, if you don't have the money in your pocket and you're relying on council to approve it, what is your alternate plan if council says no new positions this year? We won't fund that 500 and whatever, or whatever portion of it represents new headcount. How will the Police Services Board deal with that?
The current amount is $175,000. So that's where it was funded through for this position. Chief Martin, did you want to add anything? I'm sensing that the councillor doesn't have the clarity. I'm wondering if you could contribute to that clarity, and also Director Mighton on it, just to facilitate the response. Chief Martin?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will defer to Treasurer Mighton on this point.
Okay, that's fair. Director Mighton.
Yes, like the chief had mentioned earlier, when council pushed the budget back to the board last year, there was some maneuvering of budget line items, and one of the items was to defer again the hiring of that senior command position. So this year, that was one of the decisions made in when council pushed back the budget in 2020.
Okay, so there is no dollars in 2020, so it is new money this year. And so if council says no, there's no money sitting in the police services budget at this point to draw upon to pay for that position. Do I understand that correctly?
So if council wants to push the budget back, that will be an issue that the board will have to decide is how they will manage their budget. It's not that council can decide. It's just the bottom line amount is what council approves as far as the bottom line budget, but how it is spent and allocated operationally is a board decision.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so it's the budget that we that is approved by council, and then as a board we determine that the allocation of the board. In terms of the board makes a determination on the service level and the requirements for the police service based on the recommendations from the chief. So
Okay,
thank you. Anything further?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
All right, now let me just look at my list. Looking at my notes. Also on second time speaker now is Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I note the clerk has her hand up. I just wonder if there's a procedural issue we need to address? No?
Thank you very much for noticing that. I was just managing my notes and I see that there was an incoming call that I just had to address here. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I I think Director Mighton explained things fairly clearly. I just
Yeah.
wanted to note that there's some jurisdictional boundaries here
Mhm.
between council, the board, and the chief. That are, those lines are getting a little bit wishy-washy, but just what council's role and council's authority with the police services budget. I think Director Mighton was clear that council can say, go back and sharpen your pencil, but they can't say what piece to remove or how to adjust that. That would be the board's work. And then the board has to deal with their role is as a governance role, as opposed to the chief's role as operations and making things happen with the boots on the ground. So just my 2 cents right there. Thank you.
No, well, thank you, Clerk Sherbeck, for reinforcing that. I thought I was clear from the chair on that, but certainly the additional clarity is most welcome. All right, Councillor Shea, you have the mic.
Thank you. And being, cognizant of the comment that was just made, I don't want to go over any boundaries, but I am wanting to address a few things that both the treasurer and the chief said regarding this new position. So let me know if I need to retract any of these questions, Genevieve. So the deputy chief position was not filled for years. And in fact, in the last business plan published in 2018, the org chart does not show a deputy chief or an inspector. Somebody referred to the hiring of a special constable this year. And my understanding was that it was always a shared service between 3 municipalities, that one of them would do it and the other 2 would contribute. And it's our turn. And in fact, it's less expensive to us to do it this way. So the hiring of that special constable is actually a savings for us. It is true that this was in a police board meeting, so this might be out of line. But when we discussed reducing the budget to accommodate council's request last year, we did remove the deputy chief from the budget. The deputy chief had not been hired or used or paid for years. And so we decided to remove that expense. And Carrie was very clear, as she's been in other instances on issues like this, that if you remove it this year, you're going to have to put it back in at some point, and that's going to hurt. So this is where we're putting it back in, and it's hurting. The point is, we did remove it last year to accommodate an increased budget and council's inability to pay for that. So we ought to have had a more difficult decision and discussion last year. We skirted that decision by taking the deputy chief out, and reintroducing it is causing us to have that discussion now. We did say that at the board level, we would put the deputy chief back in 2022, not 2021, but that's another issue. And just to confirm Councillor Townsend's question, whether there was an alternate plan for funding the position if this budget is not approved, no, there was no discussion of an alternate funding plan. So thank you.
Martin, please, any response to that? Chief Martin? I do see the phone still there, but you are on mute, Chief Martin.
Thank you. I apparently have fat fingers and a very small phone. My apologies for that. I have nothing further to add, Your Worship, to Councillor Shea's comments.
Councillor Shea, anything further?
No, thank you. I'm just trying to get as much information before council as possible to help us make a decision on how to proceed with this request.
Okay, thank you. So second time speaker, Councillor Herger.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the chief who continues to provide us with some updates. And really, Councillor Shea, thank you for bringing this information forward. Some of this stuff is brand new. We've just not heard it before. I guess I would like to move a motion that we go into closed session. I believe that Councillor Shea has noted he may be bumping up against a boundary. I know that last meeting I definitely hit up against that boundary, and I would like for our council to speak freely about this. There are some concerns, and to go into closed session, I think would be appropriate at this time. We're talking about specific people. We're talking about staffing levels. We're talking about some specifics, and I would like to move a motion that we go into closed session.
I think what I'd like to know is through Clerk Sharbuck, so far we have just been dealing with the positions and it's not identifiable. Is there a reason that we can go in camera for at this point? I want to make it absolutely clear. We try to have our budget discussions certainly open, and I just want to confirm that that is an appropriate approach to go in camera. Clerk Sharbuck.
Through your worship, I'm not sure what the legislated reason or the exception to the open meeting would be. The positions are not, they don't have an identifiable individual in them.
What I would like
concern as well.
So I'm not sure what would be the exception. I'm not sure I understand, Councillor Hergert, sorry.
So I believe the exception could be wage negotiations, and I think that hits our budget line for today as well.
But again, Clerk Sharbuck, could you
negotiate?
please rule on that, because I'm just not seeing the clarity to and the pathway to go in camera. I just want to make sure, because we are a very transparent council, and to go in camera has to be most appropriate. Clerk Sharbuck, does that meet the requirements under the Municipal Act?
Well, wage negotiations or employee negotiations is an exception to the open meeting procedure, but it's very specific, it has a specific meaning. I'm not sure, are we discussing like changing salaries or because the position itself, or a new position, or even getting rid of a position, those wouldn't be closed session, and I don't think they're in the jurisdiction of council, actually.
Right.
Unless we're actually discussing wages, specific wages, and like nobody's come prepared for a wage negotiation, I don't think.
And I must say also that the negotiations are with the West Grey Police Services Board are the responsibility of the West Grey Police Service Board and the association. So
and
that
to that
is,
I would
something
like
that, and that is would not be required for West Grey Council. Clerk Sharbuck, please.
I'm just wondering if I actually understand, Councillor Hergert. I'm trying to make sure that we go in with a legislated reason, and I want to make sure that it truly fits the purpose. So I'm just trying to understand what.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, to the clerk's point, the wage negotiation, yes, it's already been to the board, and they've obviously already made a decision, which results in our figure for budget being increased. And so I would like to understand how that decision for the wage negotiation, I mean, as Councillor Townsend has already pointed out, this is a significant increase. We need to understand the new position. We need to understand how the wages have gone up 25%, which is really out of our control. And I haven't been presented with a plan that would show what we would do. What would the Police Services Board do if they do not receive the increases? And so I'm willing to go into a closed so that we can have the discussion.
So from my perspective, and Clerk Sharbuck, I would ask your determination. I don't think there's a need to go in camera. The negotiations for the contract is done through the association and the West Grey Police Services Board. The West Grey Police Services Board has determined the budget request that is presented to this council, and it is based on a deliberation with our West Grey Police Chief through operational needs and capital needs. And the budget was brought forward. We've asked for a specific amount. We've respectfully asked for a specific amount. And that this is the budget that we have put forward. We are asking council to approve it. That's what we're looking for. But if council determines they do not like this particular budget, then it would have to potentially be discussed with our West Grey Police Services Board for further dialogue. But this is the budget that we feel is required for 2021. I do not feel we need to go in camera. I do feel that, and this is from my perspective, I do feel that our board members that are on the line, West Grey Police Services board members, our West Grey Police Service officers, our citizens that are on the line, our business people that may be on the line. This is a discussion that is public. We've provided all the information that we can. The chief has put forward a very sound presentation. Clerk Scharbeck, to the request to go in camera, and I would look forward to your comments, Clerk Scharbeck.
Yeah, my comments are the same. I'm the positions, the police budget, it is an open conversation for open council. If it's specific names, if it was names attached to those cadet positions or to the inspector or whatever the position is replacing the deputy, if there were names attached, then it's definitely an identifiable individual, but we don't have, council doesn't have the authority to go negotiate directly wages with just the chief here to join us, and he doesn't have the authority on his side to jump into that quite without a little bit of background for his for the association as well. I'm just wondering, the reality is if council's not prepared to accept what the Police Services Board has brought forward as a proposed budget, then I would say the next step, and I would defer to Director Mighton's expertise, the next step would be to tell them to basically go back, sharpen your pencil, and bring back something, but give clear direction. Do you want it, how many dollars less do you want it, or what % less do you want to see coming in? And then the board and the chief need to figure out how they're going to spend those dollars, or how they're going to reallocate fewer dollars. I'm not sure if that helps, but it is. If there's a specific closed session purpose, then it's council's prerogative to go into closed session, I will say, with a vote, but I'm not sure I'm clear on the reason.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. All right, Councillor Hergert, is there anything further at this time?
With no seconder, no opportunity for a seconder, I'll carry on with my comments. My comment or question is about outfitting the building. So council is responsible to provide a building and to provide vehicles. What is our responsibility? What is our legislative responsibility with respect to outfitting the building?
So, well, the responsibility for outfitting the building, like for, you know, I'm not trying to, well, I guess I am. Are you suggesting holding cells and IT? Is that what you're looking for, Councilor?
No, I'm looking for workspaces, desk spaces, like who provides that inside furniture and those type of things.
So I'm going to go to Director Mighton for budget allocation, please.
I believe we were anticipating that being part of the total cost to get the building in service. To have a bunch of empty offices with no desks doesn't really seem, it seems incomplete. So we were anticipating, and depending on the style, sometimes they're a built-in type desk, but it would be kind of spec'd with it. Sometimes they're standalone, depending if it's a bunch of cubicles in the center of a space versus a counter that goes across that's being used. So depending, but it was anticipated that that would be the desk spaces would be part of the overall completion of the building, another portion of that.
Okay, so I believe that I am at the appropriate time prepared to move a motion that would send this back to the police board to go ahead and have a review of it and to bring this down to a 0% budget increase. Our chief can go ahead and do whatever's necessary to satisfy the police service board and relook at this budget.
So I think this would be appropriate time if you wish, Councillor Herger, to put your motion forward, and I will see if there's a seconder for that. All right, so with that, Clerk Sharbeck, I know you are writing the motion. I wonder if you could just read that back and if you require clarity on the mover's language, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Yes, thanks. Sorry, Councillor Herger, I think I've got the general intent, but I just want to check with you that the Police Service Board proposed budget be referred back to the Police Service Board for further review. And did you want to end to achieve a certain amount of reduction, or I'm not sure. How can I pinpoint this a bit?
I would like it to say with a 0% budget increase.
And for further review and amendments to achieve a 0% increase. Does that work?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Increase over 2020 budget.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, that would be over the 2020 budget, not the 2020 actuals. Thank you.
Okay. So that's what we've got. That the Police Service Board proposed budget be referred back to the Police Service Board for further review and amendments to achieve a 0% increase over 2020 budget. And
Yes,
that's where we're at. Okay.
Is there a seconder for this motion? And I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding that motion?
Sorry, no, I'm not seconding the motion, but I had a question, but I'll delay my question. Thank you.
I understand. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion to get on the floor so we can have some discussion on it. Thank you.
Okay. So it's moved and seconded. I will go to Councillor Hutchinson first, who's had a question.
Yeah, so now we've got a motion. I was going to suggest that that we do allow in the budget for the senior command officer, but not for the cadets this year. So I'm not sure. I think that's $175,000 hit according to what our treasurer has said. I'm not sure how we got to 461, given that the cadets were going to be about $100,000 hit. So there must have been some other monies in there for wages increase and so on. The difference was about 400,000 from 2020 to 2021 budget line under wages. So I don't think 0% is fair. I think we do have to support our police services and I think we're in the process of doing the senior command officer. So I'd be more in favor of going forward with $175,000 to cover the wages. But anyways, that's my thoughts on this motion.
So are you moving an amending motion or not?
Well, I think we'll wait and vote on this motion and then put up another motion if this one fails.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Clerk Sharbeck, I am requesting a recorded vote on this. So with that, Councillor Hutchinson, does that satisfy all your questions at this point? Thank you. Councillor Hamilton then?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a question in terms of, is it possible, Mayor Robinson, to receive the police board minutes on our council agendas? Is that something,
Oh,
just in terms of communication, and is that something that we could achieve moving forward?
Yeah, I think we can look at organizing that. They're certainly available for public review. So
Okay,
we'll work with admin staff.
thank you. I'm just thinking about information flow and just, you know, so we're all, yeah. So I appreciate that
Thank you.
process improvement.
Thank you.
I-
And to the motion?
And to the motion, well, so to the motion, I would move, I don't know if this is an amendment, so perhaps the clerk could tell me if this is amendment or contrary, but there's some increases. Well, first of all, we can't tell the police how to spend the money. That's been made very clear according to the act. So to Councillor Hutchinson's suggestion or mindset about what kind of increase we could support, we're not in a position to say, here's some extra money, here's how you're going to spend it. So I get that. But we do, as a council, determine how much funding goes to police. So my amendment, or perhaps it's just another motion altogether, so I look to the clerk's guidance, but I would amend it to be a 2% increase. So to our clerk, is that just a contrary motion, or is that an amendment? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Clerk Scharbeck.
through you, your worship, that Councillor Hamilton could be an amendment to the main motion. That's me, just give me 1 sec.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So would you be moving that the main motion be amended by changing 0% to 2%?
Correct, and thank you.
Okay.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? And what I'm seeing is a whole list of hands, but I'm wondering for that. Okay, Councillor Townsend, is that something that you are seconding? I'm just trying to go through the list here. No, all right. Is there a seconder? And I guess if you could just formally put up your hand, let me see if there is a seconder at this point. I am not seeing I am now seeing Councillor Hutchinson's hand. Are you seconding that motion?
Well, before I second it, I'd like to know what that percentage comes out to. I just starting to figure it out here, but
Excellent.
2% on the budget is how much?
Director Mighton, please.
That would be about $67,000.
Okay.
67,244.
And then the overall request, Director Mighton, that has been requested by the West Grey Police Services Board on the budget. Just I want it identified verbally.
The current amount of increase being asked, that's what you're asking?
Yes, the current request for the increase.
470,249.
Thank you.
Which is 14%, is that correct?
Correct.
14%. Yeah. Okay.
So are you seconding that, Councillor?
Point of personal preference?
Councillor, is that you, Councillor Shea?
Yes, I'm just asking if the treasurer could just repeat that. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Very good. Thank you for that clarity sought. Director Mighton.
So the total budget increase ask is 470,249. On my summary sheets, it shows different. I just explained, 90% of it, but not the full amount. And the 2% would be about 67,245.
Okay, so we do have a mover being Councillor Hamilton. And I just wanted to confirm, Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding that amendment?
No, I'm not seconding that amendment.
Okay.
I don't think that amount is what I was preferring, so I won't second it this time.
Yep, I understand that. Is there a seconder for this amendment then? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second that to get it on the floor.
All right, do you wish to say anything further, Councillor Shea, at this time? On your seconding the amending motion?
No, so my understanding is the initial motion was for a 0% increase, and it's being amended to increase to 2%. So I think that is going to be more palatable than 0, but no, I'm just curious to hear what the rest of the discussion is. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So Director Mighton, with the 2% amendment that's been requested, again, the financial dollar figure that it is determined at?
So that would result 2% of over their 2020 budget would be 67,245.
Yeah, 245. Okay. Councillor Townsend?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm struggling with having a motion at all at this point, other than to receive and continue to hear the rest of the budget. We've already said we're roughly 8% increase before we do anything else based on decisions we've made in previous years. So we added 0%, we're still at 8%, still too high. If we add this 67 is just a little under 1% total for 67,000. So we're already over 8 heading towards 9. So that means we're saying no to everybody else, or we're going to end up with a double-digit increase, which of course no one is going to like. So we're going to repeat the last 2 years and call a bunch of budget meetings again to go back and figure out what we're going to second guess ourselves on. I would rather not do that. I would rather say we receive it as it is. We leave where it is. You can benchmark or have the minutes record the fact that say the clerk's notes, just to keep us with a reminder we're going to have to come back and revisit this at the end. But we have to hear everybody and have all the discussion on everybody before we start making a decision, or we're going to get ourselves into the same position we've done in the last 2 years to just go over and rehash everything 2 or 3 times. And I'd really rather not do that. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend, and very much we very much appreciate your comments on this. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This will be my final time to speak to this, but in the past, Chief Martin has said it takes about 6 months to train new recruits, so I'm keeping that in the back of my mind. With the positions that are here, it's not what the impact is not immediately before us, the financial is, but we're actually planning for a 2-year plan here is the way I'm looking at it, because of the time that it takes to get the training done, sorry. So I think with our growth and the estimated growth, which we know is coming, and the percentages that the province, or what we discussed earlier, I think it's going to put us at a risk factor if we do not look at any recruitments. It's going to be possible risk factors to our officers, to the community, could be service issues, failures, etc. I think what they brought forward here is responsible. I do support it based on the recommendations and the needs that we feel that we're going to need. Again, we are growing. We have to, in my opinion, we need to be future ready. We have to be proactive. And I think by not supporting a lot of this in theory is going to put us in a reactive position. So I do agree with the statements. I'd like to see what it looks like as a whole at the end of the all departments bringing their budgets forward to arrive at a suitable number. But I think putting a 0 or 2% is not the way to handle this. I do think there's a need from what the board has brought forward in their budget. Again, I think it's responsible, and that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a question for Director Mighton. So with regard to the overall request from the West Grey Police Services Board on our current budget request, could you please translate that into a dollar figure based on an assessment of the average assessment for residents in West Grey, and what that would translate into the dollar figure in terms of the full year, and then what the monthly contribution would be, please.
Give me a second here.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. So, 470. So you're looking at, for that, at the original $470,000, the cost, the dollar value cost on per 100,000 of assessment would be $27.71 roughly. If it was the an average homeowner 38, so that based on the we'd be looking at 258, about $71 on an average assessment of $258,000. That would be on an annual. 7140, yeah, 7149 for the year based on an average assessment of 258,000.
And then for each month?
You'd be at $5.96. Well, 5.9 times 12. Yeah, $5.96 per month.
Thank you for West Grey Police Service.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's the clarity that I needed on behalf of the council, certainly, and those listening in. All right, so now to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm wondering, Mayor Robinson, for clarity, you're wearing two hats today during this meeting. You're chair of police board and the mayor. Would it be appropriate to pass the chair to a deputy mayor so that you can sit fully as chair of police?
No, I certainly can chair the meeting, and that would be appropriate. Clerk Sharbuck, anything to add to that?
Just that there is question on the floor that the main motion be amended by changing the 0%
Yes.
into a 2% increase. And for clarity, that equals approximately $67,245. So
Yes, thank
we're
you for
getting
that
far away
clarity.
from that specific question. It is very specific motion.
Thank you.
An amending one.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Mayor. So to that question, just reflecting on Councillor Townsend's comment about not wanting to prematurely lock council into a decision, because we've just started the budget process. We have many more budgets to get through. So to that point, I do think if council is considering anything less than the 14% increase, it would be fair to provide some direction to the board at this time. So I guess my question to our clerk, or perhaps to our treasurer, is if a resolution such as this is passed today at 2% or 0% or 5%, whatever the resolution is, are we locked in as council to that? Not that we want to yo-yo the board around. They put a lot of effort into their budgets, but are we, I don't think we're actually fixed and locked into that fully committed number. I wanted to double check that with perhaps our clerk or a treasurer. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbuck.
Thank you, through you, Worship. I think we're well into the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
We're beyond the 10th hour budget process, right? So at some point, there needs to be some direction so that some numbers can fill in the lines. And if it is the council's direction to the board to revisit their budget and bring it back with only a 2% increase or only a 0% increase or a 10% increase, whatever it is, I think it is appropriate to give that direction now. And at the end of the day, if you get to a final budget number, after all of these decisions are made that you are not comfortable with, then it's about fine tuning. But if no guidance or decisions made along the way, what's the first decision? Like there's nothing to work with, right? For those numbers to actually get to a new grand total that Carrie can bring forward.
Thank you. That helps. That helps a lot, Clerk. And that was my thinking too, that we want our guidance to be, we want our commitment behind that guidance today, because I certainly don't want to toss the board around with different numbers every time they come back. But I do think we need to provide some guidance today. And so with that understanding, I'm still supporting my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the other members of council that have their hand raised, Clerk Charbot, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the motion is to amend the main motion. So the main motion was that the Police Service Board proposed budget be referred back to the Police Service Board for further review and amendments to achieve a 0% increase over the 2020 budget. And the amending motion is that the main motion be amended by changing the 0% increase to a 2% increase, being approximately $67,245.
Thank you very much. So I do have two other speakers listed, Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the discussion there, Councillor Hamilton, about what do we need to do today. I believe that February 1st, as already mentioned by the mayor, would be the next Police Service Board meeting. And so I would like to provide that direction to the Police Service Board. And while it is still very appropriate to have further budget discussions, if they come back with a workload study that just is not going to work, we're going to have to put our head to that. But I would like to see what changes could be made to their budget. Just as we know, the building part will be a several percentage increase on our budget. So I think it is fair on the 0%, but I also believe that it is really important that we have this dialogue back and forth with the board to come to a number that council really can be proud of, can take to our community, and our community can actually pay for it. I think that's the part that we're really trying to figure out here. We can't really decrease the amount of the building. We know that. We know we need a building. We've tried to talk about the building, but this is not operations. Let's get it to the board to make the changes that are necessary so that we can have that adequate and effective service. So I'm still around 2%, and I really just want it to go to the board so that they have the opportunity to make those changes over there. And February 1st is their next meeting. So I'm just cognizant of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hergert. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. To some of the discussion, I think it would make sense for us to be making decisions now. Councillor Townsend was saying, we don't want to have to come back and have these discussions all over again. So I think what we need to do is make decisions as we go. This is a budget that we do not examine on a line-by-line basis. This is a budget that we just give instruction, make decisions and give instruction. All the rest of the discussions that we're going to be having are going to be a balancing act. Do we do more roads? Do we do more library? And we'll be looking at projects within those departments. And that will be a kind of a line-by-line thing. And that will be something that we can juggle. The police is standalone and arm's length. And so we don't have the opportunity to go and say, let's tweak it a little here to balance the tweak that we're doing over there. So I do think that we need to give direction to the Police Service Board so that we can get back to work and start working on the version that council is directing them to. And I do think the decision we make and the direction that we should give should be in the form of an imperative. Councillor Hergert said something about, if they come back and have a further argument and want to, I don't think we should be looking for that. I think we should be saying This is our direction. This is what we want you to do. It's not an ongoing interminable discussion. And I do think that Councillor Herget also makes a good point that this is the year that we are doing the police building. There's no sense in my mind that that is not part of what we offer the community in terms of policing. We are West Grey. We provide a police service. We provide a police building. We provide police cars. That's all of the policing service that we provide to the community, and we're having a huge impact on the budget this year in terms of how much providing police services within West Grey is going to cost the citizens. So I think I can, it's going to be painful, but I think I can stand by the 2% decision. And hopefully we can move on with the rest of the budget, which is going to be equally painful and equally harder in fact, because it's not arm's length. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend, and then Councillor Hutchinson, and then I'm not seeing any others. Everybody's had an opportunity to speak. So I'll be calling the vote at that time. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Two comments. First of all, I'll support the statement that Councillor Shea just made. It has to be directive. It's got to be pretty firm if in fact we're moving forward, not offer negotiation once again. The second point is part of my challenge with trying to manage the overall perspective is I don't really have an exact number. If we go back to the previous 2 years, Director Mighton always had a little chart that said we're starting at 0% and this is how we start going up. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to see where we are with this 2%, specifically, not sort of putting a thumb up and saying it's approximately that, because we're going to get down to the definitive. So if we're going to move this process along by making decisions along the way, we need to know where we are. So to begin that list, I think it should have the items that from 2020 that we cannot reverse is the theory. Things like the secondment coming back and et cetera, et cetera. And so we're seeing exactly what that percentage is. So every time we make a decision like this, we see what's happening. And I think that's very important to have in front of us all the time as a guide. But in that same number, when we start talking about how we get beyond that, I'd like to know the best guess of the actual building impact, including fitting out the building as a percentage based on what we know. If that means that you need to call the design firm or the project manager to get a guideline as to when they expect construction to happen, that would be great. But without that context, it's really hard to figure out where we are. So if we could have that as we go forward, that would be great. But anyway, I just thought we need to start getting some structure to how we're making decisions, and some of them have been made for us. So we need to know that exact amount. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I do have 2 staff responses, and then I will go to Councillor Hutchinson and then call the vote. So I'm going to go to Laura Johnson. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor. I'm just advising that I have a message from Chief Martin that he's not able to put his hand up, but he was wondering if he could speak.
Absolutely. Chief Martin, please.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chief Martin, for communicating that way that you wish to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one point for council on this 2%. And you and Councillor Shea were on the negotiation board. That will simply cover the wage increase that was negotiated last year for our police association and nothing further. Just giving that piece of information that we have a wage increase that was negotiated through proper settlements with the association and the police services board. And it sits at 1.9%, just to advise yourself and the rest of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbach.
Your Worship, just my usual, when there's a motion on the floor.
Yep.
So I'm just
Thank you.
wondering if just want to touch base that we're still on the motion to amend, changing 0 to 2. And that's the only thing that we're at.
Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate it. Councillor Townsend, have you completed your comments? Good. Councillor Hutchinson to the amending motion, and then I'll be.
Yes,
going
I'd just like to speak to that before we vote. I'm fine if we go with 2%, but I just want to remind people, if we're going to go 2% to this board, then we need to keep 2% in mind all the way through the budget. It would be great if we could come in with a 2% overall budget. I don't know if I don't think that's realistic, but anyways, I just want to keep in mind that we should be looking at 2% in other areas, whether it be fire, recreation, or whatever. So I just wanted to let people know that we keep that in mind. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Clerk Sharbak, a recorded vote has been requested. It now goes to you.
Through your worship, with the recorded vote being requested on the amendment as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I will call the vote. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
How do you vote? Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Councillor Hutchison, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shea?
Councillor Shea, yes.
And Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
And that the motion to amend is carried. So we are back to the main motion. Moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the Police Service Board proposed budget be referred back to the Police Service Board for further review and amendments to achieve a 2% increase over the 2020 budget. And the mayor has called for a recorded vote on that. Mayor Robinson, are you wishing that I proceed with that?
Yes, please.
Or, okay. On the main motion, Councillor Hamilton?
Point of
Yes.
order. Point of order. How is this motion different than the one we just voted on?
Clerk Sharbak?
We voted on an amendment. The main motion did originally say a 0% increase.
Right.
And that was amended to say 2%. So all we voted on was changing 0 to 2. Now we're actually voting on the motion to say, send it back to the police board to do the work.
Okay, so we've already voted on the 2%. Okay,
Right.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Clerk Sharbak.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton,
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Not in favor.
Mayor Robinson,
Not in favor.
Councillor Shea,
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend in favor.
and that motion is carried.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbak. Okay, thank you, Chief Martin, for your presentation, and council for the deliberation on the West Grey Police Services police budget. So now we are moving on to item 4, which is sorry, I'm not certain if you could hear me. Thank you very much, everyone, for the dialogue on the West Grey Police Services budget. Thank you, Chief Martin, for your presentation, and Director Martin for all the information with regard to the financials on it. As per the earlier motion, we were dealing with the Police Services Board meeting, Police Services budget, and now we're going on to item number 4 on our agenda, which is 4.1. This is the staff report, Director of Finance and Treasurer, 2021 budget review. You've got the report in your agenda package. I also want to consider that we will be having lunch at some time, and whether that is an early lunch or whether we are going to break for lunch at a specific time, whether that's 12 or 12:30. I also want to keep in mind, members of council and those listening in as well, that our Director of Finance and Treasurer identified that under 5.1 on our agenda, Malcolm Badeau, who is the chair of the West Grey Public Library Board will be presenting at 1 p.m. So I just want to give all those parameters rather as we move forward. I'm going to take Councillor Hamilton's question and then let's see how we proceed. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. I
Sure.
was wondering if we could have a 5-minute break, and I'd recommend reconvening for a little bit and then take a lunch. But either way, I'd like a break, please.
Well,
Thank you.
I think the break is absolutely necessary. So why don't we take that break right now, and then we'll come back to a discussion about the move forward. So let's come back. Let me just look at my time. So if we come back at 11:36, okay? See you all then. Mics and camera off if you don't mind. Hi, everyone. We'll just wait till 11:36. Okay, it's 11:36. Clerk Sharback, are you available? Supervisor Hewlett, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor Robinson.
Can you just confirm that Clerk Sharback still is online and we're just waiting, or is there some technical issue? And thank you. I do see Madam CAO.
If I may, from what I can see on my end, I can see that she's still connected to the meeting.
Thank you.
Maybe she just hasn't returned from the break yet.
Thank you very much for that. Just want to double check on the technology portion. I'm just going to take a look. 6, 7, I see all members of council present, and we have our clerk present as well, and our CAO, Director Mighton is here. Okay, well, that was a good break. The first thing I want to ask members of council, we are going to now go into item number 4, but just give me an idea, a sense of when you would like to have a lunch break. Will that be noon? Will that be 12:30 for a half an hour? Recognizing, as I said before the break, we do have the chair of the library board coming on for 11. Councillor Hutchinson, and I do see Councillor Hamilton's hand up. What are you proposing? for the group?
I was going to suggest 12:30. Did you say the library was going to be in at 1? I think you said
Yes.
11, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
So can we do a half-hour lunch break starting at 12:30?
Okay, that's a great idea. And yes, it's to be clear, it was 1 o'clock that
Right.
the chair, thank you for that. So you're proposing a half-hour break beginning at 12:30 for lunch. I am
Right.
not seeing anybody else with their hand up for an alternate suggestion. So I think, yep, I'm seeing satisfied, happy indications that we will proceed with that. So at 12:30, wherever we're at in the discussion, we'll just recess for our lunch break for the half hour, and then we'll then deal with the library board chair. Okay, we have our pathway forward. And as we now move into item number 4, business arising from the previous meeting, 4.1 staff reports, Director of Finance and Treasurer, 2021 budget review. Director Mighton, we see your council report and the related attachments on the agenda. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. So we will move down based on our previous meeting. I have some further information to bring back for the wages and benefits portion. So if we move down to the insurance premium increase. So if that's
Yes.
okay, that's where we'll start with
Yes.
with our list. So we were.
Excuse me,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I
Yep.
do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand is up, so I want to acknowledge that before we begin.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify at the top of your report, Director, did we decide on the percentage for, it says all, which I presume is wage increase, I think, wages, benefits. Were you going to speak to that again, or did we make a decision there?
No, yes, through you, Mayor. There was no decision. There was further follow-up that we need to gather and bring back before. So that was just based on our preliminary estimates. I've just left that in there until council makes further actual decisions on that project. But that'll be at our next budget meeting. I've reached out to the consultant for some further details on that, so that'll be coming forward later. So I was going to move past the wages and benefits portion and get into some of the other operational items.
Okay, and if I may, can I throw out something regarding, I know we had a lot of discussion about the council changes in their reimbursement. I'd just like to suggest that we revisit that and look at the market medium. The service review recommended a dollar figure and adjusting at 1.5%. My thoughts are, even if we go back to market medium and without the 1.5%, what would that look like? I know you have a $9,900 figure there beside it, and I wasn't sure which numbers that was referring to, but I also think it's fair that we revisit that, because we did make a decision about changing the deputy mayor's salary, and I don't think that was fair, and I don't think that's our job to change people's salaries. I think I would like to go with the recommendations, whether it be the market medium or the 55. I think it works out to about the 55% range or whatever. So can I leave that with you, maybe, Director, that you can, what would it look like in terms of percentage if we went with market medium on the service review?
Thank you for that. I'm first going to get a comment from Clerk Scharbach. Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, is it Council's wish, or Councillor Hutchinson, are you wishing to revisit that motion? Like,
well,
are you moving a motion of reconsideration is what I'm asking? Or
yes, I'd like to. I like a lot of these things. I don't know whether they're etched in stone when we go through it. I'd like to see that we sort of make recommendations, but then when it comes down to the final budget, we lock it in, sort of thing. So, but if since we did do a motion, I guess we need to revisit it at some point.
So Clerk Scharbach, is that appropriate at this point in the discussion, or is that something that we would bring back to a future meeting? I'm just wanting the understanding for everyone at this point.
I guess if the motion is, we would need a motion to reconsider. Okay, and then we go back to the exact same motion that council considered. So I'm wondering if there was further information or details that were required to make that decision a second time, if it might be better brought forward. And I'll defer to Director Mighton if there was a piece of the process, if you wanted to get through these other items on a first round through, and then revisit the pieces that are necessary after that first time through, might be a positive way forward. I don't know. It's council's prerogative when to pass that motion, I guess.
Oh, certainly. It certainly is up to council to move motions and pass them or defeat them. And but we're just looking for that procedural pathway. Director Mighton, on Councillor Hutchinson's inquiry, is there additional information that needs to be brought forward? And if there is, then maybe that is something that council would consider dealing with this at a different time. Or if not, then council can consider how they wish to deal with it. Now.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, if I can have the information available for the request with the market median. I think, was it with or without the cost of living? Some clarification or provide some options in there. The original report, I think, was based on, or the conclusion in the report that the consultant did was based on the, I think, a 1.5% cost of living in there. So
I don't know if the 1.5% was on the market medium. It was definitely on the recommended amount.
Oh, okay. So you're looking at the median. Okay.
Yeah, it's on. She has it on her chart there. It's market median. It's a little bit less. So anyways, yeah, I would prefer that we like let you look at it and bring it
Sure.
back to another time, because we spent a lot of time on it the other day. I'd like to get through some of these other items if we could. So I just wanted to bring that forward
Okay.
for discussion or for thoughts in the future.
All right, and I thank you for that, to identify it, that that's something that you wish to bring forward, and we certainly have the agenda established here, but that was something that had to be addressed anyway. So before we move on, Director Mighton and Council, I just want to satisfy the hands up here, and that's Deputy Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend, knowing that the Councillor Hutchinson has raised this and is suggesting that it be addressed at a different time. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just wanted to say that I would second Councillor Hutchinson's motion that's on the table, because I do have some things I'd like to discuss at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So there's no motion at this point on that. It's just a dialogue.
Okay, I apologize. I thought he would
No,
have
that's
put a
fine.
motion. Thank you.
It's all worth clarity. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Since we're going to try to get this all done once more when it comes back, we have not talked about the cost of living increase. And my understanding is that the county council determined that for the region it was 0.6, but we're throwing around 1.5. I think we need to get that number as well, so that to nail down. So when you come back, we're not going to then come back and say, oh, we forgot that one too. Let's do it all at one time. I agree with that. So perhaps that's a discussion we should have today to give you that direction.
All right, thank you for opposing that. Clerk Scharbach.
We're getting far down the discussion on the actual item.
Yeah.
So before it's discussed, we do need a motion to reconsider that council remuneration piece.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's happening now, then that motion to reconsider needs to happen now. Moved and seconded, of course, by people who voted for the original motion in favor of it. Or if we're putting it to the next budget meeting, then we can't discuss the topic of the main motion that was passed.
Okay, so
we're going to be reconsidering. Either we reconsider it now or save the discussion on the topic until the next meeting.
exactly. And then that is exactly to my point, is what does this council wish to do, whether address it now or at a different meeting? And is there additional information that is required? And I wanted to get through those hands that were up based on that question being posed. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so my suggestion is we defer it until the next meeting. I think at that time we need to determine what the cost of living is going to be. So I don't know whether we can really do that today. I'd like to, maybe Carrie wants to do some research on that or look into other, what the counties do and so on. But I'd like to see us move forward and just leave that for the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, and I'm not seeing anybody else address that. So, Madam Clerk, it's determined, it would appear, that we're going to have this item on the next agenda. Is there any procedural motion that we need to utilize now to get it on the next agenda? Or is that just something that we will address when we reconvene the next time?
Actually, Councillor Hutchinson, if you send me an email requesting this be a motion of reconsideration be on the next agenda, then that would be a notice of motion. So it would appear right on our agenda and everybody would be clear, and members of the public would be clear on what business is being addressed. So just an email requesting that. I'll put it on as a notice of motion. Does that make sense? Does
Sure.
that make it clear?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hergert now.
I do have one question through you, Madam Mayor, to Clerk Scharbach. Does that require a 2/3 majority to reconsider?
Clerk Scharbach.
Through you, Your Worship. Thanks for that question, Councillor Hergert. Actually, yes, it will require a 2/3 vote at this point in time to bring that back. And then once that 2/3 vote to actually reconsider is passed, then we're back at that place in time considering the main motion. So it's just a regular majority vote.
So when is when is that vote taken, the 2/3 vote?
The 2/3 vote will be on our next budget meeting agenda. So Councillor Hutchinson will submit it as a notice of motion to reconsider, and that the only thing will be to reconsider the motion addressing council remuneration. And then that requires the 2/3 vote right there. And it does need to be moved by somebody who voted with the majority the first time round.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hergert. Councillor Hamilton, before we move on.
Thank you. And further clarification regarding cost of living. I see it, cost of living doesn't appear on our table of things to go through. I see estimated impact of wages and benefits, but I don't see cost of living broken out on the table. So will we address that today, or will that be a future item for a future agenda? Thank you.
Director Maiton.
Yes, that's part and parcel of the entire grid review that council underwent. So it's part of those recommendations and some of the new structure of that grid. So that's part of that whole piece that we'll be bringing back.
Okay. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. All right. Good discussion. And now we're zeroing in on your report, Director Maiton. And I believe we are at the point where we need to be for the insurance premium increase. Not fully included in budget. I think that's the discussion point. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when we got our actual insurance renewal, it was about a 29% increase year over year. So we hadn't incorporated that. We had about a 5% incorporated into the original draft budgets. So we're looking at needing about another $90,000. Council does have an insurance reserve. We had built that up when the previous council had made a decision to change our liability deductible to $25,000. So we needed to, the council of the day wanted to have some money put aside so that whenever, if a claim should occur, that we were prepared, or if there was a number of claims. So it's at 350,000 roughly. So we could use part of that reserve to sort of phase in or soften the blow from this year, knowing that whatever we offset this year, we're going to need to put back in the budget next year, plus whatever increase there may be next year. Hopefully it's a little more normalized. It is kind of an industry-wide occurrence in the municipal insurance market. So hopefully it will become a little more regular, and we can sort of phase or work our way up to that full increase. So whether you want to use half of it, 2/3 of it, depending how long you want to. As an example, if we used half of it, 45,000, you'd have about 300,000 left in your insurance reserve, which would be equivalent to about 12 claims at that $25,000 liability level, just as an example of the scenario. So I'm just looking for some direction if you want to utilize some of that reserve to phase in the increase.
Okay, so Director Maiton is looking for some direction with regard to our insurance. So let's see where we go. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, we attended Roma the last 2 days, and Frank Cowan was there. So I reached out to them because based on my insurance experience, I understand rate setting, et cetera. And also at one of the ministers' forum, they were backing off on the joint several issue. Their comment was, we don't think it makes a big difference to insurance rates. So I reached out, and Tony is it Camiso, I believe his name is, who's familiar with our account. So I found out. He responded, and we had that discussion, and he tells me that the joint and several does make an impact. And so I've asked him to follow up with the appropriate minister based on what's there as an industry. And he said he'll get his others to do it as well, because if they're not looking at it for us on our behalf, then there's no real point in letting it just pass by, but speak up before they actually say they're not going forward. So maybe that'll help us in the future, but in the short term, I would put a motion forward to actually go ahead with Director Mighton's suggestion of using a bit of the reserve to actually soften the blow, if you will, for this year, with the proviso that we have the or the understanding that we have the backup reserves that would accommodate sufficient number of claims should they occur.
Well, Councillor Townsend, thank you for putting that motion forward. We're in budget, so I'd be looking for the, as we all would, the dollar amount that you're suggesting from the reserve. Would you have something in mind at this point?
Sorry, I thought Director Mighton did mention an amount, and that's why I said to follow that. Sorry.
So I just want to make clear, Director Mighton, was that the 45,000, the half? But I know in your discussion you were saying potentially half or a different amount. So I just want to make it clear in the motion. So what is it that then specifically you're recommending? And then I'll confirm with Councillor Townsend that that fits his motion.
Yes, so I was thinking of the 45,000, which would be half, recognizing that we would need to be prepared for the other half of that in 2022. So it would be 45,000 is a number, but it's certainly that's up for discussion.
Councillor Townsend?
I would go with the 45,000. I just didn't want to misquote the amount.
Fair enough. Oh, absolutely fair enough. So we do have a motion at hand. Am I looking at Councillor Hamilton as a seconder?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay, so as a first-time speaker, Councillor Hamilton, I actually have you on the list to speak next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, I think that's wise. This is a new increase for us. We're just spreading it over a couple of years during these difficult times. So I appreciate that suggestion from our treasurer. Is the renewal program, is that something that comes to council for us to make some decision making around, or is it like a new agreement that we're signing with our insurers? How does that piece work? Thank you.
Director Mighton?
Yeah, so it's an annual renewal. It's for effective January to December.
Okay.
So that's we base it on the calendar year. We have gone to market in the past. It is a process to go through. The difficulty now is there's only about 3 people or 3 firms in the municipal insurance market at the moment. The last time we did go out to market, we only had 1 bidder on it. So often right now might be a difficult time to try to go to market for it. There's other firms aren't looking to take on new clients in the municipal sector per se. Not to say that we haven't, we've done it every 5 years or so. We've kind of gone to market for it, but it sometimes it does open the door for even a more substantial increase as opposed to a decrease, because they know that's there's not the competition per se. So it's a very cautionary tactic, but yeah.
Thank you. And if I may also ask, is there a menu of options? I would expect there is, and I'm also expecting that we're doing, there's not a lot of wiggle room there either. Like we're covering exactly what we need to cover, or is there an opportunity to review our insurance bits of, our coverage?
Absolutely. And if that's something we want to pursue, I would definitely have our insurance broker and carrier attend a meeting to discuss the intricacies of what does this mean? What does that mean? What's this level kind of thing? That gets into very specific insurance that I wouldn't, it's not my specific, but we used to have, as an example, our liability deductible was 5,000 several years back. We ended up increasing it to 25,000 to try to, even retain insurance.
Oh.
I did ask if there was much of a difference if we did increase our, I think it was the vehicle deductible. There wouldn't be much of a change on that side, or a decrease. But certainly we can invite our carriers back and have that as, moving forward to whether it's this year's, or is it looking at next year's, preparing for next year or 2022 renewal. What menu of options that there might be, what is really flexible or not.
Excellent, thank you. So perhaps after this motion, I'll make a motion to that we book a presentation. So I'll pin that for after. And then my other question would be, have the municipalities ever come together and considered creating their own insurance program to serve municipalities? Has that ever been done? Perhaps you don't know that, but
yes, it has.
Okay.
With questionably limited success.
Okay.
The liability, the former township of Bentic had participated in what was it was called OMEX at the time.
Okay.
And even when you opted out of it, though, they reassessed their liability because it's all pooling, and we were paying invoices or for claims. The insurance, the claims take long to adjudicate, and you're working on your whole plan. So we had, all of a sudden, oh, here's another invoice for our share of a plan that we're no longer in even anymore.
Okay.
We just, it was, you're taking on the risk of, that pool, depending on how many uptake, but there has been, but it used to be called OMEX, was the original one. And like I said, only one of the former municipalities had participated in that at the time.
Okay, thanks for that history. And I won't get more into it, but I am pinning that as a thought for council, the advocacy piece, that we advocate to provincial government about 3 insurance companies. There's not much choice there. I think there's probably something there that the province could entertain, but also perhaps we advocate to AMO. Like, just imagine if all 444 municipalities came together and created their own insurance program. So that's not a budget discussion, but I'm pinning that just as a thought as a move forward. Thank you.
Councillor, I just wanted to confirm that we've got a motion at hand, and I do know that the clerk will come back up again and say, let's keep focused on the motion at hand. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Shea.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Regarding the 90,000, where I'm coming from, I would like to see us take the whole thing out of reserve. And that's where I'm coming from in this whole budget now. Now that we have, my suggestion is going to be, we take it out of reserve, or we go back at 2%, which we've now sort of decided that's our bar, or we cut it out altogether. So that's where I'm coming from. So I can support the 45,000, but personally, I think, we're going to have to take more of the reserve to get this budget down. And yes, I know that means down the road we have to put it back in. So, or we should put it back in if we decide to. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Director Mike, this 90,000 says increase not fully included in budget. There's another part, this 90,000 on top of?
Yeah, let me just pull up my total premium here. But yeah, we had about 5% maybe worked in through all the departmental budgets, but we were short. Where's my... so we had. Yeah, so we needed, yeah, roughly about 90,000 more. We had, didn't have quite enough in there.
Okay, so 90,000 more on top of what we had. I thought we had that number in this preliminary document that you gave us for, but okay, that's not my main question. Do you anticipate that insurance rates will rise again next year?
That's, you know, it depends on market factors. It depends on our claims history. We have had some significant claims. We had a fire truck that ended up being replaced. That was a significant hit. So it kind of, there's a lot of factors that come into it, both our history and and then the market. But will there be an increase? I would say probably. I'm hopeful that it may not be as significant of a jump as this year. But again, that is something that I would consult with our insurance carriers when we have them present to offer their more educated in the insurance industry to see where the market's heading.
So I appreciate your recommendation about using the reserve to soften the blow. My only concern is if there's going to be another blow next year, then we're just pushing the problem down the road. You know, if we need to, approve a $90,000 increase this year because it happened this year, and there's going to be another $60,000 increase next year, then we're going to have to deal with that when the time comes, and we won't have reserves to soften the blow again. So that's just a concern I have. The reserves are not there for that purpose, are they? They're as a claim or deductible to help cover our deductibles.
Yes, the original intention when the council of the day sort of put the insurance reserve, established it, was they were trying to build up. So, and I guess way back they used to put it in to try to help. When they used to, if they'd had a savings from going to market and they had a savings, there would be a little bit that was put in there. But the intention of the day was more that it was to help with deductibles, because it's not that we budget for claims and all the deductibles, so that if we had a significant number, it became more significant when we increased our deductible level for liability up to 25,000. It used to be 5, so it wasn't as was cautionary. But when we changed that deductible, it was wanting to have something to help soften those if we had a significant number. And I guess it's what is the comfort level of having, what number are we comfortable with? 10, 12, how many claims are we comfortable having there? So it's, but it is a discretionary reserve. But at the council of the day, it was for, the idea was for helping to offset deductible claims.
Is the reserve sufficient to cover the deductible claims that we get in the last year or two?
Knock on wood, we've been very fortunate with our liability claims. It's been our vehicle claims the last few years. So we've, right now using the higher one, the 25,000, we have enough for 12 claims in our reserve approximately right now. And liability.
That's more than we would get in a typical year.
Yes, I would say yes. That's more than an annual. We haven't had. We did have a bit of a run where we had several claims, but we have put other measures in place that have been able to touch wood. We're very fortunate. We haven't had any of those in the last few years.
And we're contributing to the reserve each year?
No.
Oh.
No. No. Council stopped that. I'm not sure if it was this term or at the end of the last term of council.
So if we take 45,000 out of that reserve to soften this blow, we would probably start trying to get that built back up to its original value.
Oh, Director
Right.
Wright.
Yeah, it would be kind of determining what is that comfort level. Is it, that would get, if the 45 this year, we would drop down to, yeah, so using the 45, we drop down to 12. Right now, we have a bit more than that. So is that our comfort level, or is it at a balance of having enough for 10 claims?
Okay, I'm nervous about taking money out of reserves to pay operational costs.
Yep.
I can see taking a little bit out maybe to soften the blow, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Hergert, and then I will ask if there's any first-time speakers, and then I will go to Councillor Hutchinson as a second-time speaker. So first, Councillor Hergert.
Thank you very much. To our Director of Finance, Carrie, last year, the insurance went up as well. Last year, we heard that the insurance, because our buildings were going to be somewhat vacant throughout the year, there was a different reason for the insurance to go up. I'm curious, do you recall the amount that went up last year? I was seeing 27% last year, and this year I see the 29%.
Director Mighton.
Let me just check last year's renewal.
Thank you.
So it was about 17% last year.
Pardon me. Thank you for the correction, Carrie. So 17% increase last year. This year, 29%. To Councillor Shea, to his point, I'm not feeling comfortable taking money from reserve on this. Carrie, have you made any investigations? You mentioned that you had checked about vehicle and the deductible there. If our buildings may sit vacant again this year, is there any change of use? Is there any consideration from the insurance company about how we're actually using that building this year?
So I'm not sure what you're getting at with vacant. Those are generally more higher liability if they're considered vacant as opposed to being used. But I would think that, again, specific insurance questions, I would be more comfortable if we had our broker or insurance carrier commenting on the effect of a vacancy on our premium, or the different facets of the program.
Okay, I guess I was curious about the deductible if we increase that a little bit. But anyway, I appreciate that that's a specific insurance question. So as council, if we would get rid of some vacant property, that insurance number may come down too?
And not vacant land, but vacant buildings.
Buildings, right.
Buildings.
Okay.
Vacant land is, a non-issue. It's a vacant building that would be more liable. That's where I wasn't sure what we were getting at there. So
thank you very much. To be very clear, I was trying to delineate a vacant building versus an unused building. So if we're not going to be opening our arenas this year for, if it's 6 months, is there any consideration from our insurance carrier that there would be a decrease? It doesn't look like it on here.
Yeah, we did get about trying to think whether it's $7,000 or $8,000 rebate on 2020. We actually received a credit back from the insurance carrier for the vacancy, the COVID pandemic related closure, unused of that. I would suggest that's probably been built into this renewal, maybe not, but we did receive a specific credit back from them in 2020.
Okay, and then my last point, just to follow the money, Carrie, is that if we did receive a rebate back, then that goes into our general capital excess money from 2020 that was budgeted, that was unused. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, if it can, it would just contribute to our general surplus.
Okay, thank you very much, Carrie.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you very much, Councillor Hergert. Are there any more first-time speakers on the motion at hand? All right, seeing none. Councillor Hutchinson, you had your hand up as the second type speaker.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment and sort of raise the, the fact that a lot of our buildings were closed this year, not being used. So, it's good that we did get a bit of a rebate, because I was wondering why it was going up, considering we weren't being used as much. But I'm just curious whether that 29% is that typical across the board, Carrie, or is that just for us? Like, is that similar to other municipalities?
Yes, I did. We had polled some of the Grey County municipalities. Some are higher than us, but most are seeing double digits, often in the 20 to 29% range. It varied across carriers the same. So it wasn't just Cowan's, it was the other carriers as well that were had a significant increase based on the Grey County municipalities. There was a variety of carriers. I think Cowan's, when I spoke with them, they did, if they have, I can't remember off the top of my head, if it was 104 municipalities in Ontario, they had 78 that went to market, and they got all but 3 that renewed with them. So there's not a big appetite out there for.
So did Collins give us any indication of why there was such a big increase? Like, is it all liability driven? And
the biggest good chunk of it is, oh, that is, I got to get back to 21. The biggest portion is in our 145. Yeah, 64,000 of our increase is on our automobile side. Again, directly attributable to our claims. The fire truck claim was a very significant claim, as you may recall. And then just, if it's any vehicle that we've had and ended up being replaced in full, similar to your own insurance, when you put in those big claims and get a new vehicle, it does affect your claim history. So that's on our record right now. So that is in there. Our liability portion went up about 20,000. So it wasn't, again, we haven't seen any recent liability claims. So some of our previous bad history is starting to taper off, I would say. But it's yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I guess at that, then I'd like to call the question, Mayor, if we could.
Yes, and actually your question is most timely. We have no other speakers, but to your question at hand, Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council directs staff to use $45,000 of insurance reserves for the 2021 budget.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay, there's 5 raised hands, including my own. I'm not raising my hand. I am verbally telling you that I'm in favor of this. And well, now we have a jump here. So all those in favor, please raise your hand of the motion. And please leave your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and mine is 6. Those opposed, now if you could clear your dashboard, because I'm going to go to all those opposed. There is 1 opposed. Motion carried. Thank you. All right, if you could clear the dashboard, appreciate that very much. All right, we are moving on here, but let me see what the time is. 12:19. Director Mighton, is there the item that we can address within the time period before our 12:30 lunch? And also acknowledging that we're going to have a half-hour lunch and then go right into the library discussion. So is there something that we can address?
Yep. So our next item, the 71,000 is the loan for the land. So that has already been secured. We need to have that in there. The piece of the estimated construction loan, from speaking with our CBO, it could be the fall before we'd actually see construction, based on council still needs to approve designs for the RFP. So we could probably shave a significant amount off of there. Again, recognizing that in 2022, that's where we eventually need to get to once the building is done. So we'll have in 2022, what we don't recognize in the budget this year, we'll want to put, or we'll need to be prepared to put back in place for 2022. So it's a timing issue. If we had, as an example, if we had 300,000 in there and we only need 75,000 based on when construction actually starts, then you have some funds there that can help offset the eventual cost of that long-term borrowing. We've got this much then saved up in reserve to help decrease our borrowing, the initial principal amount. But it's just a matter of timing when you want that in. Likely, maybe just the last quarter, by the time, because what they'll start construction and need to get a certain way, and then there'll be a payment certificate for the first draw on the and it's when those items start coming through, the frequency of those, that we'll start to needing to borrow on our line of credit or construction credit, and then pay back the interest portion only. So we could probably drop that down, but again, eventually looking at 2022, once the building's complete, by 2023, we certainly need to have that up there. We'll have a full year of maybe construction if the construction goes obviously into 2022, but we'll still be paying interest while it's being constructed until we flip it over to final firm borrowing for the long term. So it's that's sort of the discretionary item, if you will, of how much council wants to put in the budget this year to raise. I would say we probably need at least 75 in actual fact, but that gives you the target of where we need to get to by 2022.
Well, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that clarification, Director Mighton. My first question is, does the 300,000 estimate include the fit out as well? Furniture and walls and everything else? Is that everything included, or just the actual construction?
Because we don't have actual estimated construction costs yet, it is based on a $6 million building. Whatever that entails, that is the dollar value that we threw out in there. So if that is construction plus the outfitting, if it doesn't include our lead standard, if we get grant money, what's the debt, if our construction is 6.5, but we get some grant money to help offset that. What do we have in development charges that's eligible to help offset that? But that is based on a net $6 million loan is what that amount is there.
Okay. My second is a comment, and that is that I think our budget should only have actual expenses expected. It should not have additional funds unless we decide that we want to put something in a reserve, which is a little different rather than just popping it up. Anyway, I would like to move a motion that we actually ask the Director of Finance to come back to our next budget meeting with an estimated financial impact for 2021. And that would include, I'm assuming, just interest at this point, but it would interest or any other expenses that might be physically incurred in 2021.
Clerk Sherbeck, do you have that motion and clarity? And then I'd look for a seconder.
Do you mean specifically to the borrowing for the police building? Or
Councillor Townsend?
I wasn't getting that particular. It was the actual expenses that we will incur, because it may not just be the actual building itself. There may be some other incidentals that you pick up that need to be there, and I'll leave that to Director Mighton to specify if you feel we need to. In the motion, I mean, sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay. Director Mighton, so Councillor Townsend asking, is there anything further that needs to be in the language of the motion to provide clarity to what he is requesting?
No, it's fine.
Okay, Clerk Sharbuck, are you clear?
Can I, through you, Your Worship?
Yes.
Can I just touch base with Councillor Townsend on the wording? I have that council directs staff to report back with the estimated financial impact for 2021 for expenses related to the new police services building.
Perfect, thank you.
Is that Sue? Okay, thanks.
Excellent.
Is there a seconder for this motion? And is that Councillor Hutchinson, or was your hand up just in line for question?
I can second that motion, but I'd also like to make a comment.
Well, you could go ahead right now.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest that we put in $100,000, but I think it's going to be sort of difficult for our director to come back with an estimate when we don't know when this building is going to start and when the costs are going to be incurred. I think we just have to do a ballpark, but we'll wait and see what she comes up with. But I think it's going to be difficult to estimate considering we don't even know a start date yet. So I'll leave that there.
Director Mighton, do you wish to comment on that? Is there anything, any additional information you could provide?
Yeah, we'll use an estimated construction date. If that changes, if it's earlier, our estimates are under budget. If it's later, our estimates are over budget. There'll be the design costs that we have to pay out of pocket throughout the year. So we'll take a look at where we're at on the tender for the design of the building, because that will be an actual expense that we will have to incur throughout the year. And it's that interest portion, construction interest loan, that is the wild card in all of this, depending on when it actually starts.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shea.
I concur with Councillor Hutchinson's idea about maybe putting in 100,000 this year, but more importantly, I don't really understand what Councillor Townsend's motion is. I don't really understand what is being proposed.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to Councillor Townsend to clarify his motion, and thank you for the question, Councillor Shea. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you build a building, there's a whole bunch of expenses that you incur. Some of them can be ultimately depreciated. So as the Director of Finance has mentioned, we usually borrow money and we'll pay interest on it, and we don't actually pay the principal until such time as the project's completed and then the depreciation begins. But there's also out-of-pocket expenses that you can't depreciate. They are literally expensed when they're incurred. So my intent is to ask the Director of Finance to look at all that as to what we will incur between January 1st, 2021 and December 31st, 2021 as well. And that will be a number that they would come back. The expenses are a little easier to anticipate, which is what I think I heard the Director of Finance say. The interest is a little more difficult because you don't always know when you're going to get your construction in. But again, the project manager / designer company that we've hired should be able to give you some indication based on where you are, what the market's like at this point, availability of people, when you can start, how that'll impact your winter. All that should be well known. And the trick will be what's your best estimate. And that's all we can ask for. As far as adding something beyond what you think you might incur, the problem with that is that for every dollar or every percentage that you add, you take away from the other requests that we are about to embark on after lunch. So I caution about putting more money away than you really need. We might want to do that next year if we have the capacity, but I'm going to argue I don't think we have it this year. I hope that helps, Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea.
It does. I get the logic. It seems like what we're asking Director Mighton and the firm to do is sounds quite speculative. Like, you're suggesting that we can know when it's going to start, and we can know how much will be achieved this year, and we can know how much borrowing costs will be, and we can know how much the hard expenses within this 1 year are going to be. But what I'm hearing from Director Mighton is that she doesn't know that, and that we might be asking her for something that she's not able to generate.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor Shay?
No, thank you.
Is there any other speaker to the
Madam
motion?
Mayor, can I respond to that, please?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
First of all, you will notice I use the estimate word probably 3 or 4 times minimum. And in one case, I said best estimate. These folks do it all the time. They're always required to do budget estimates. You do what you can, Councillor Shay. It's not a science, right? In the sense of you'll get an exact number. And I'm sure that our CBO can comment on that as well when you're setting budgets. But we have to do something. We have to have some number. We know 300 is too much. And if we put 300 in there, we're taking away from other people that we also know have needs for this year, including the police and et cetera, because we have to watch how far we put the increase in. So we're trying to be responsible and do the best guess we can. And again, if there's a contingency to be put into that, it should be reasonable, you know, the plus minus type thing. And I'd leave that to the director to manage. Thank you. That was my last comment.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm not seeing anybody else. All right, Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the motion is that council hereby directs staff to report back with the estimated financial impact for 2021 for expenses related to the new police services building.
All those in favor indicate with a hands up. One, two, three, four, 5 members of council voted in favor. If you could clear your dashboard. All those opposed indicate with an X or a hands up is fine. And I too am not voting in favor of the motion. And I see one other hand up to not vote in favor. So that was 5 to 7. So that motion does carry. Okay. So at this point,
Point of order, Mayor. I think it was 5 to 2. I think you said 5 to 7.
Oh my gosh, the total number of council is 7. It was 5 to 2. Yes, thanks for that point of order.
Thank you.
It's time for lunch for sure. So with that, that motion did carry. That didn't change that. So we are at 12:32. I think this is the juncture by which we would have the half-hour lunch. Come back at 1 o'clock, and we will have the delegation from the chair of the library board. All right, see you then. And if you'd be so kind as to put your mic and your video on
Hi, Kim.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you? My video is not doing all that great. I guess Malcolm and I are both in a bad computer spot.
Yeah, I heard that. I was talking to him because I gave him a call. Did you guys touch base?
Oh, there's Liz. Yes.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Liz. Yes. Malcolm gave me a call, and then we called Liz to let her know that she's the only board member now.
Well, other than us two.
Other than you two, yes.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yes.
And Stephen, I know that you are there as a counselor, but if something comes up and I don't know the answer or something, and it's like in front of you, can I ask you to look at it or respond or not?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You can ask for help from us, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, no problem at all. You can even ask Doug, right, with his history. Is he? Oh, yeah, he's on. Okay, yeah, he's on. He wasn't on a minute ago. Yep.
Okay.
Hi, Liz.
Hello.
Hello. Glad you're here.
Oh, hi, Beth. Yes, and you too. Yes. Gosh, how is it going? These are really challenging days, I would think.
Thanks for asking. Yeah, it was a challenging day, but you
Yeah.
know, we were having really good, productive discussions. We're making decisions. We're
good.
moving forward. Yeah, thank
Well, that's
you.
good. Because
Hi,
you know,
everyone. It's Christine again, and it
Oh,
is
sorry.
1 o'clock. Welcome back. Clerk Sharbach, are you here? And could you please confirm that we have all members of council present and the staff that we require? That is, if you yourself have returned.
Yes. Hi, Your Worship. I am here. I'm just looking. I think people are still just gathering now. If maybe we could just wait a minute or two there.
Okay, thank you. Would you let me know then?
I will, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 councillors for sure. Oh, sorry, 5. And our treasurer is back. So that's
So
where we're at
5.
right now. And we're up to 6.
So we have 6 members of council. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a quorum. It is 1:02. We have yourself, Clerk Sharbach. We have Director Mighton, Madam CAO, and any additional staff that are on the line. So I'm just welcoming everybody back from lunch. Thank you. We've had a most interesting discussion this morning, and we will move right into our next discussion. But first, Clerk Sharbach, could you please let me know if Malcolm Badeau is actually here before I announce the item?
I sure can. I'm not seeing Malcolm, but he might be on the phone.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, you've got your hand up. Is there something you wish to say about this?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. There's been a technical problem with Malcolm's equipment, and so he is unable to join us.
Yeah.
But Liz Murray is joining us as a board representative along with CEO Kim Storrs.
Wonderful, and thank you.
You're
And welcome, Liz. That's wonderful to see you. It was nice seeing you the other night as well. Okay, so with that, and thank you for that additional information, Councillor Townsend. We are now on item 5, budget presentations, the second presentation at this point. We've had one already. This is on 5.1, and it will be Liz Murray. We're just adjusting our agenda, rather than Malcolm Badeau as chair of the West Grey Library Board, we will be hearing from Liz Murray as a board representative. And this is in regards to the 2021 Library Board budget. Welcome, Liz, and please tell us what you need to tell us.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's going to be very simple and straightforward. Actually, Kim is presenting, and I'm here to back her up if I can and if needs be.
Well, okay with that. So with that, let me turn it over to Kim Stoltz, CEO of the West Grey Library.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have to also say that my computer is not behaving very well. So my video is going in and out. So right now I don't have my video on, so I apologize for that.
There's no worries on that.
Perfect. So Malcolm Beto, as Councillor Townsend said, is not able to attend. His computer has crashed. So I have been asked just to say a few words on behalf of the board. And one of them is just that in kind of an overview of 2020. So how the library reacted in 2020 and what we were able to do. So I'm just going to go through a few of the things. Staff began at the beginning when COVID, when we shut down, we started calling many of our socially isolated members or any of our seniors, and we still continue to do that to anyone who wants to be called. So eventually they just let us know if they would still like to have that phone call or not. We've also continued our homebound delivery to Rockwood and Serenity, and we do that every month, as well as to local residents who are unable to get into the library throughout West Grey. So those items we were still able to continue, and we started focusing, well, we had to totally rearrange our focus, and we started looking at virtual programming. So we started doing virtual story time, as well as readers advisory. People could call us as well as emails. So right now the phones are actually our busiest of ever, because it takes a lot longer in order to help people find a book over the phone than it does to just direct them to an area in the shelving units. We do chair yoga. It's one of probably our most popular online video that we're doing. We also still do our collaboration with Early On with stories and songs that they do on Wednesdays for us. And we started looking into kits that people could come and pick up and take home with them. So the children's, they have, we call them Tinker kits, and they come in and they pick those kits up, and they're anywhere from actually make a craft and here's how to do it and here's all the supplies, as well as, looking at, well, right now we're doing hearts and everything to do with Valentine's. So we started doing that last year. And looking at outdoor Lego. Last year we did an outdoor Lego, and we also started snowshoes, which we got at the end of the year, as well as cognitive care kits that are pretty much used for mild and moderate dementia. And those are just going off the shelves. We have multiple holds on them, and I think that's something that we'll continue doing in 2021. We purchased more virtual, I guess you could say, or online resources. So we purchased Canopy, which is an online movie source, and that is also very popular, and we are very happy to see that, and that will be something that we would like to continue in 2021 as well. Throughout this, we needed to kind of expand our promotional. How do we get people to know that we're doing things? Because normally it's by word of mouth when they come in the door. So we had to kind of change our tactics. So we went to an online newsletter as opposed to, just handing someone a newsletter when they came in the door. And we do that twice a month now, as well as, making sure our Facebook or Instagram, we have a YouTube channel now. And, our website is constantly changing and being updated, and we're doing media releases once a month, as well as PSAs. So we've been really trying to get as much out there as we possibly can to the public in all different venues. So that was kind of an overview. Staff are, extremely challenged of trying to keep everything going, and all the different changes with COVID responsibilities and, going curbside, not curbside, allowing public in, not allowing public in. But they're, trying to provide the best service that they can within the resources and within the limitations that we have based on COVID. So that's my little blurb about the overview. And the other thing that I would like to say is that the 2021 budget before you, it represents the bare bones operating budget to continue and maintain the service levels that meet the strategic planning goals of the board. And it also includes the $25,000 that was removed from the 2020 budget. That is all I have at the moment. Any?
Okay, well, thank you very much, both to you, Liz, and to you, Kim Stoltz, CEO of the library. Director Mighton, was there anything you wish to add before I go to questions of council?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just checking in. Members of council, are there questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me, I seem to have a frog this morning. I'm not going to ask a question as much as I'm going to help share some other information. Last year when the COVID hit, we had a supplementary budget meeting of which 25,000 was removed. Since then, the library has done its absolute best to manage within that, as you can see, but that can't continue into 2021 in the board's opinion. Reason being is we're using the same people consistently to try to shore up all the services with the additional COVID requirements. There's much more communication, there's cleaning, there's supplies, etc. There's been a reduction in the number of books that we ordered for that reason, because we had to find ways other than just a staffing reduction that had been planned. So when you look at all that and you've got tired folks that were still in COVID, it's still going to continue. We can only do that for so long. So the longer we continue to do that, the more we're going to stretch our staff, wear them out. We don't have the replacements. It's hard to stagger them. Some work from home and some actually come into the building. So being able to at least be able to increase our part-time hours, which you'll see in there, is literally below the bare bones. But we need to make sure that we keep our staff in a shape that they can do their job, do it well, and we still respect the fact that we're working in an environment of limitation, and we could actually put them at risk by getting to the point where they're further exposed to the virus, not because of everyone around them as much as we've depleted their health to the point that they're more exposed from an immune system too. So when council looks at everything, I hope you take everything that CEO Storrs said, as well as what I've just said and what else is in the report they gave. And the last thing that I'd like to point out is that we put a 2% limit on the police budget. That came in at $67,000 and change. That's not far off the amount that these folks are asking, but unfortunately, because they have not been allowed to keep pace and even had to take a step back last year, excuse me, it's going to appear as a much larger one, but yet it's still the same magnitude. We can continue to invest in our libraries or we can continue not to. But I will actually state, I believe that's the decision council will be making today, depending on their response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Is there anyone else that wishes to ask a question with regard to the budget consideration at hand? Councillor Townsend, I'm expecting that you're all done. So your hand would go down just so that it's clear for everybody listening in, watching. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you both for presenting on behalf of the library today. Kim, I want to ask, you talked about and Councillor Townsend did as well, the reduction last year. Can you tell me roughly what percentage that was and where it was applied, just so we can get a sense of what the baseline actually is, not using last year's actual budget, but what the budget would have been without that reduction?
I will have to pull back 2020's budget to see what the actual was. We came in at, so the approved budget was 315,000. So 340,000 was what we asked for originally. That's give or take a couple of. 340 would have been what we would have asked for in 2020, and we were reduced by the 25,000, which brought us in at the 315 overall.
And that reduction by council, by us, was in response to COVID, was it not?
Correct.
So had we approved or tentatively approved the higher number and then changed our mind and lowered it due to COVID?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, so we were looking at 340 last year. So I would suggest we should be perhaps using 340 as the benchmark or the baseline against which we are comparing this budget. That's just an observation and my own personal logic, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Further comments or questions? Councillor Hergert.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm curious about the library board with respect to the wages benefits. This is something that, again, we don't have much handle on because we just set the budget. I'm curious, first off, how the board has addressed that. Have you set a median marker? Is that how that worked? Is that something similar to how council works through that process? So I guess that's a question to the board.
Okay, so for the board, Liz, would you like to respond? Liz Murray?
I think because of the service review and some requests there, I think Kim probably is better on top of that than me.
Okay, fair enough. Kim Storts, the CEO, please go ahead.
So our wages and pay grid is exactly the same as the municipalities. So whatever council approves through the process would be what the library board would have for their staff.
Okay, thank
Councillor
you for that.
Hergert, Councillor Hergert did, and you did direct it to the board. Are you looking for a response from either Councillor Townsend or Councillor Hamilton? Or do you wish to move on?
You know, at this time, I'm not. I know that I mean, please feel free, councillors, if there's something more to add in. I know this has been a budget line for the library that has been increasing at rates that, you know, we, our council, we don't set those. We don't know how individuals move up, and, you know, we're not that person to discuss that, right? So I'm always cognizant of that number and how much it either fluctuates up or down. And I also appreciate that the library staff have been able to transition and pivot in such a unique year to accommodate the needs of our community. So to that point.
Oh, Councillor Hergert.
Yes.
I do see that Councillor Hamilton, who is one of the representatives on the library board, would like to say something at this point.
Wonderful, thank you.
We'll indulge that. Good. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hergert. Yeah, to further emphasize, it actually is a council decision, these wages, because as our CEO mentioned, our library wages are tied directly to the municipal grid, and that municipal grid is under the decision making of council. So the decision we make as a council for that municipal grid impacts the library, and the board. It's just not a decision that the board makes in terms of salaries and grid. So I hope that just to confirm what our CEO said. So that is
wonderful. Yeah, I did hear that too. Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton, to the CEO there. I did hear what she was saying, that we now have a new wage, you know, a new reviewed wage grid and so on. I'm looking at increase in book purchases to 2019 level. And I'm curious, how many books were checked out last year? Unique year, I get it.
It is a unique,
CEO, CEO of the library, please.
yes, so it is a unique year, and our circulation did go down over the year. It increased once we started curbside, and it was almost at the exact amount as 2019 at the end of the year. So our purchases in 2020 were reduced by 4,000, and that was that worked for our 2020 budget and for the circulation that we had for that year.
Okay. Next line is the computer replacement, Wi-Fi hotspots, lending laptops, increase of $2,500. I would like a comment from our board about how much computer replacement we'll be able to do with $2,500.
So I'm going to go first to Liz Murray as the representative, and then if I need to go to any other board member, but obviously to give you an opportunity to respond.
Right, thank you, Your Worship. I cannot respond to that specifically. It's really an organizational responsibility. And I think Kim probably would have a plan for what that's going to add to the library's resources.
Certainly.
And to the community.
Certainly, and thank you for that response. Kim Stoltz?
Yes, so the main cost in that line item would be the lending laptops and the Wi-Fi hotspots. And one replacement of an old computer that we have in one of our branches. So we're looking to hopefully be able to purchase Wi-Fi hotspots and lending laptops for the community in order for them to be able to take it home and use data or Wi-Fi in their house. That's where that money is coming from.
So just to clarify, was that one computer and one Wi-Fi hotspot?
It is 4 Wi-Fi hotspots and 1 computer.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I was glitchy on my computer at that moment. Could that amount be increased? Was there any willingness from the board, or what was the discussion around we need 4 Wi-Fi hotspots? I mean, West Grey is very vast. How do we get more of that online programming out to the people?
CEO Stoltz?
There was discussion of that, and we actually have gone and done a joint, totally lost my train of thought, sorry, with the recreation. We're doing hopefully getting a grant, and we were hoping to increase those amounts with that grant if the Trillium grant came through.
Okay. I do appreciate the partnerships that the library has too. Just to highlight that, I'm very proud of the library. I want to know how you can do more. I realize our budget's tight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hergert. And now on to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. So I do appreciate that the service review did point out that the library does need to get to a higher FTE. Right now, they're looking at, I think we're about 4.9 right now. Kim, is that right? Hoping to get to 5.3.
Correct.
Right. So my question is, though, is this the year to be able to do that, given that I think the COVID and the pandemic situation, I think we're going to be similar to last year, hopefully somewhat better as the year goes on, but I do think that there isn't going to be the demand or the need or the ability to get into some of our buildings and get back to 100% service. So I do think that there's potentially cost-cutting measures there that could be looked at. Mm-hmm. And there was some mention in here about summer students and whatnot. That's questionable whether we can do that this year, I think. So that's something you have to look at. I also wondered about, I noticed in your last year's budget, we mentioned about COVID costs and whatnot. And we did receive money for emergency and recovery costs and grants. Did we Did you recoup any of that money for those costs?
No. I have not
Maybe-
received any of that money. I would have to speak to Director of Finance.
Right, I see her with her hand up. Maybe she can comment if she would, Madam Mayor.
Certainly. And I think this is the appropriate time. Director Mighton, please.
Yeah, we'll be going through all of our COVID related costs as we prepare for our year end and the final reporting. So we have yet to complete that task. Invoicing was still coming in for December. So we're just sort of at that starting point to try to start finalizing year end numbers. And so we'll be looking at across the whole corporation.
Okay, yeah, so there may be some monies there available too. And the other point I wanted to mention that given that we've been throwing around some numbers this morning and whatnot, and 2% seems to keep popping up. If you look at a 2% increase on your budget at 349, it comes out to about $7,000, which is about a tenth of what you're asking for. So I just thought I'd throw that out there that that's maybe what we're looking at. I know in the real world, it'd be nice to get everybody up to speed and to get to where we need to be, but maybe this isn't the year to do it. And I did have one final question. The 4 hours that were allotted for Elmwood, are they still in your budget or your staff time for that, Kim?
The 4 hours are incorporated into the staff time for other branches,
Right.
but not directly.
So you didn't lose them. They're just moved into other areas.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's all I have this time.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just wanted to reflect on the question about staffing. So to Councillor Hutchinson's point, compared to best practices, we're understaffed. And then also the consultant also highlighted that through her reporting as well. And is this the year to add staff or staffing hours, I should say? Just reflecting on what CEO shared about the pressures that COVID has created and the extra workload that's created for our staff. And we're not expecting that to alleviate throughout the year. The cleaning, the extra calling. At one point we had staff at the door going through all the, taking people's names down. Do you have a mask on? So while for us to, as a service, to be able to provide the service that we have in 2020, for that to be sustainable throughout this year, we need that support, or our staff will start burning out, or we'll be faced with having to cut back on some of what we're able to provide to protect the health and well-being of our staff and just match the workload to what they can deliver in a day. So COVID's created extra pressures on our staff, extra staff time. And so that's why I think it is still appropriate, the ask today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for that. I'm now going to go over to second-time speakers. And that is going to begin with Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 points that haven't been raised yet. The first one is, as you noticed when CEO Storrs gave her report about volumes and et cetera, you noticed that there was a drop in the year. But again, our people have been very flexible, very accommodating. And when I say our people, I mean our users, our customers of the library. And by the end of the year, they're back up to the same volumes. So now they're trained in how to behave in COVID differently, and they understand they can still get very good service that way. We don't expect that to drop. In fact, we may even see a little increase with new people, who knows? The real key here is that we're not seeing a service drop. And the other point that I noticed in the sense of staffing is that, first of all, we are going for certification. The OLA sets guidelines, Ontario Library Act, sets guidelines as to where staffing should be. We're nowhere near there. Hence, we're trying to get that. And the history has been not to support it. Historically, it's been minimal increase, takeaways as we saw last year. And so as long as you're moving along that line, that's very, very difficult to move forward. The other important thing to remember is the library is a resource that is not just you walk in, you buy something, you take something, and that's it. It also allows people to deal with isolation, the fact that they can't do what they normally do. It gives them a bit of entertainment and enjoyment, and it also helps on their mental health perspective as well, and we can't ignore that. And I just wanted to make sure that people have got that in their mind. And I'm not saying that it should affect your decision on dollars sort of significantly, but it may actually be a factor that when you're thinking about the value of the library, you need to think all of those things in line, not just the dollar amount. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be time delayed on that. Councillor Townsend, thank you for your comments. I'm now going to go to Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Townsend, for those observations. I agree with that. We did a little exercise with the last delegation, and I wonder, Carrie, if you would indulge me, if you have the formula open, can you tell me what this increase impacts an average household on an annual change to their tax rate and monthly change to their tax rate?
Let me just pull that back up just a second. This one. So it is 23. So per 100,000 of assessment, $4.34, or 93 cents a month.
93 cents a month.
That's what you were, that comparison? Yep. Okay.
That's the number I was looking for. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shea. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to this item? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else. How do you wish to deal with the library budget at hand? Councillor Hamilton?
I would move to approve as presented today. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, are there any questions with regard to the motion at hand? All right. Oh yes, Councillor Hamilton, is that your hand for a question on your motion? Okay, no, that's correct. Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. Just looking at the wage increase, that 55th percentile is based on across the board, recommended by our service review. And for our whole staff of West Grey, we haven't actually decided on that yet, whether we're going to go with that. I believe we asked for our director to come back with the details on what that looks like. And I even wrote down that we looked at 1% at one time versus a 1.5% increase. So we really haven't set our COLA for wages, right? So we can't really say for sure that that's going to be the amount, according to what I'm reading here. And yeah, so am I correct on that, Director Mighton?
Director Mighton, please.
Yes, the council has to make several decisions on the adoption of the grid, which in turn would impact the amount of the wage piece there. So based on those decisions, that amount may be lower as well, depending on implementation of the grid once it's finalized.
Okay, all right, and as I've also said previously, that I don't feel that this is the year that maybe we add staff. I think we have to toe the line, and I'd be more in favor of a 2% raise increase, as which we talked about before. I know it's, when you look, it's not a big amount compared to other budgets, but I just think that somewhere along the line we've got to toe the line and make some cuts, and so I would suggest that we don't go with the full 70,000, but something less. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask, is that an amendment or not? I'm just not clear. Councillor Hutchinson.
No, I don't think I'm making an amendment at this time.
Fair enough. And now on to Councillor Shea, please.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment that I believe the initial motion was to approve this budget. I'd like to make an amendment to include a phrase, something to the effect of pending wage adjustments based on municipality-wide grid approvals. I think you know where I'm going, Jen, if you could find the right words.
We'll just wait a moment for Clerk Scharbeck to wordsmith, and then I will ask the clerk to read it back and look for a seconder to the amending motion.
Thank you, through you, Worship. Councillor Shay, what about amended by adding pending wage adjustments, pending wage adjustments approved for the overall West Grey pay grid?
That would be fine. Do you think that would also capture COLA?
I think it would include COLA and any changes to the actual grid itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for this amending motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Mayor Robbins is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions on the amending motion? Yes, starting with Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I
Yep.
think I understand what's trying to be said. Is the idea that that if the wages are less, then that's what we adopt? I think that's where Councillor Shay is going with his motion, but just seeking some clarification. Thank you.
So I'm going to go first to the mover of the motion for the
Thank you.
clarification, and then if required, over to Director Mighton.
Great.
Councillor Shay.
Yes, my understanding from CEO Storts was that the West Grey Library pay is totally tied to the West Grey pay grid and employee policies. So this budget that's presented before us, which we're quite close to approving, is inevitably going to be adjusted one way or the other, depending on what it does. So I'm just wanting to ensure that it reflects those changes and can remain.
Sorry, Councillor Shay, anything further?
No, thank you.
Director Mighton, is there anything further to add to that from your perspective?
No, I think that captures it. Whatever the actual grid implementation that's finalized by council would flow then into the numbers presented by the board for the wages there.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, do you have clarity? Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or clarity being sought. So Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the amending motion and then I'll call the vote.
Sure, through your worship. The motion is that the main motion to accept the library budget as presented be amended by adding pending wage adjustments approved for the overall West Grey pay grid.
Okay, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. I'm seeing 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could you please clear your dashboard? And then I'm going to call all those opposed. And all those opposed, please indicate with an X mark. 1 and 2. I too am voting against this motion. And there was one other member of council. So that was 5 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion does carry. Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, to the main motion at hand, I believe is where we're at. And if Councillor Hutchinson could clear his dashboard.
So, to your worship, the main motion that we are back to is that the library budget be accepted as presented, pending wage adjustments approved for the overall West Grey pay grid.
I do see there is a question. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like to request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Clerk Sherbuck, over to you to do the vote.
Okay. And on that motion, Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Counselor Hutchison, no.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Clerk, I need some, if you don't mind, I'm not even sure what the motion's in front of us again. I was paying attention and I just lost track. If you could repeat, please.
sure, absolutely. The motion is that the library budget be accepted as presented, pending wage adjustments approved for the overall West Grey pay grid.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. I'm in favor. Thank you.
And Mayor Robinson
Not in favor.
and Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
that's carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've dealt with all the amendments and main motion. And I think we are completed with the budget for the library at this point. Director Mighton, would that be correct?
Yes, I would concur.
Okay, thank you with that, for that. And now we will thank you, Liz Murray, very much for coming out. And also thank you for volunteering for the West Grey Public Library Board and specifically being here today with regard to the budget. Very much appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you.
So with that, Director Mighton, that completes, and all members of council, we've completed all of item number 5. We're moving back again to item number 4.1. Just so that everybody's clear, this is a staff report from Director of Finance and Treasurer 2021 budget review. Director Mighton, can you pick up where we were and let's proceed.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. So we're down to some of the fire pressures on the fire budget there. So the first item, council should be familiar with the new radio infrastructure that the county is purchasing and doing an upgrade on the system. So that is a item that we have committed to participate in, and that will result in an additional $24,000 that needs to be added to the budget that wasn't in there previous to this. I don't know if I can go through the 3 sort of fire items that make up the majority of that of the increase, or do we want to deal with each item?
Why don't you just go through all 3?
Okay.
And then I expect that members of council may have questions pertaining to individual items that are being presented here.
Sure, sounds
And
good.
is also with this is Chief Schwartz here. Is there a presentation from him at this point?
I believe he is online to help answer questions,
Okay.
but I don't, we weren't going to just have a presentation per se, just that he's available to speak to specific details as we get into it. And same would get, if we get down to the capital section, same would apply there. He would be available then to help fine tune if there's questions on specific items.
Thank you. So why don't you, as you're suggesting also, just please proceed with those 3 items for fire. Thank you.
Perfect. So that was the 24,000. The other piece is we had the new fire truck that arrived just at the end of the year in 2020. I have to add in the borrowing costs for that. So estimating that that would be about $35,000 over a 5-year period, but I have to bring that bylaw forth to council to firm up those numbers yet, but that's sort of a fair estimate of what we were thinking will be the impact there. And then the other sort of new item that's in there that wasn't in there prior year was the a peer support program that the our fire department offers to Owen Sound and Inter-Township, I believe, fire departments. We pay for the program, and then they participate and provide us with some cost sharing on the item. So that's our net increase in there. So those were some of the main, three of the main pressures on the operating budget of the fire departments, or our 3 fire stations. So if there's any questions on those.
Well, thank you very much, Director Mighton, for that. And we do know that Chief Schwartz is available for questions. I do see Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Question for our director regarding the loan. And I think you mentioned it's going to come back to council with the final terms. Are there choices in terms of the loan? I think you mentioned a term. Could council opt to go with a longer loan, or maybe if you could just speak to those options, please. Thank you.
Yep, sure. We can look at, oh, yep, I was going to say, was I still muted? Yeah, we can certainly look at, we try to kind of incorporate 5 years, knowing that the next big truck purchase would be due about that time, so that we kind of have that room available. But we can take a look at the, double check the 10-year capital forecast and see what other pressures it would put on if we extended that out. We can maybe find a little bit of room in there if we extend it a little further, but what does that do when year 4 from now that the next truck or whatever the next truck might be in there? But I can work with the fire chief and we can examine that again if that's council's wish.
Thank you. So I hear what you're saying is roughly we should expect to pay about $35,000 or so every year to fund vehicles as we have to purchase new vehicles. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and we still have the one in Ayton that we're still paying off. So previously we had a couple trucks in Durham, then that loan amount, if you will, sort of transferred to the Ayton truck, but this one is purchased a little sooner based on the needs. So we're still paying off that the truck in Ayton. I think this was the Newstead truck. I think it was the Ayton truck. That we're still, so we've had to add it on too. We didn't have enough saved up or that loan paid off to switch it out entirely.
I see. It's a bit of an overlapping.
Yeah.
Because I know you really try to smooth it out so you don't have these bumps. I hear what you're saying. I would be interested in knowing what some of the options are, what the implications would be before approving this part of it. But the other 2 items seem like, well, one's a done deal. We've committed to that, and the peer support as well. So, I'll wait for more questions, but that would be the direction I would like to provide in a motion after we hear some more discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shea?
Thank you. I was going to ask, are these all a done deal and should we just move on? But now Councillor Hamilton has sparked a line of thinking. In Public Works, we have our vehicle asset management plan, where we take the sum total of the value of all the vehicles, their lifespan, divide that by the number of years, and we say we're putting X number of dollars per year into vehicles. We might buy nothing this year, or we might buy a grader next year. So I'm wondering, should we adopt a similar sort of long-term, sort of high-level asset management plan for all of the fire vehicles in West Grey? Would that be an alternative approach to, rather than saying we'll buy 1 truck every 5 years, kind of like the way police does? We're going to buy a vehicle or 2 vehicles every year. That's a different model. But these are such big ticket items, and there's so few of them. Would you recommend looking at that other model for asset planning, Director Mighton?
Yep, and Phil the fire chief basically has that sort of same schedule that had previously presented with Public Works to see, yep, okay, we've got tankers, or is it the different types of fire vehicles and the other equipment, if it's the self-contained breathing apparatuses, because once those have an expiry date, and you need 24 per station or whatever the number is. So he has those schedules all prepared and updated. Maybe this council, we haven't presented it maybe in this term of council, but he certainly has that available, so we can bring that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Townsend then?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a similar question to Councillor Shea, but from a different kind of perspective. We are doing an asset management plan, and normally asset management plans are what actually dictates when you do replacements and et cetera. So I would like to see our budgeting done in line with that asset management plan rather than trying to put it as a model. And if that means we need more money every year, then we need to figure out how to do that. If that means we need less, the same thing. But I would kind of hate to tinker with it based on where we think our budget might be, because when you're doing that for, say, one category of assets, like say you're doing public works, and then you do police, and then you do the other, like with all those having potentially different ways of doing it, an asset management plan should only differ by the type of vehicle or when it needs to turn over and et cetera. And again, you're capitalizing things over a certain value anyway, if you're, following the certain accounting rules. So I would think between accounting and the asset management plan, it would take care of setting the schedule for that. Are you finding that as you're doing the plan and you're looking at how all that comes together, Director Mighton?
Yes, that's exactly it.
Okay. Thank you. So that's what I suggest we follow, rather than trying to set our own by department or by type or where we're having budget constraints in one, because by doing that, we're going to have a problem somewhere at some point if we don't do it properly. Thank you.
Well, thank you too, Councillor. Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. To that point about following asset management, I couldn't agree more. I also know that our Director of Finance has come to us and said, I could use help in the financial analyst position, and I could use that help because that would further develop asset management. And that would be for our benefit of council to say, we don't have to spread this out over 15 years. We don't have to spread it out over 20. It's already planned for. We know we'll buy it, just the amount of money we're putting away every year, we know we'll have enough. And sometimes, that needs to be adjusted as well. However, this is a very good opportunity that has been brought forward. A lot of the work has already been done by our Director of Finance, along with other various staff members, to put those numbers in, those hard numbers about what do we need over the next 5 and 10. And so I think that's where we need to be, council. And I really am super thrilled that we're getting to the asset management. That's the 30,000 foot view that we need to be at. And so, yes, I'm highly supportive of the fire budget. The vehicle must be done. These are not things that are wants and wishes. These are the needs. I did hear our Director of Finance last meeting say they are musts, and I would, at the appropriate time, move forward a motion to approve the fire budget.
Well, I think this is the time to do that. So we do have a mover, which is Councillor Hergert. Do we have a seconder for that? Is that Councillor, is that Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second that motion.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to see if there's questions, but first, Councillor Hamilton, sorry, I'm looking at Councillor Hamilton, but Councillor Hergert, is there anything further at this time?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I do see Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Yeah, I have no problem with the fire requests. I think the firefighters do a great job, and we're fortunate to have them. So I'd like to support them, especially when it comes to safety. It's really important. I just had a question, and maybe this is more for a director. In some places, you see contributions from the revenue fund, and I was trying to look in the reserves to see. I'm not sure how much money is in the revenue fund, and how do we determine when that get used?
So the contribution from revenue fund, if you're looking at the line by line items, that is moving tax levy to the capital side of the budget. That's how much the tax levy is supporting the capital in a given year. That's the revenue fund. It would say transfer to reserve if it was going into a reserve fund.
Well, I'm just looking at the like the budget for the fire station on Durham, and it's got a line contribution from revenue fund, and then it's got $63,000, but it's in brackets. So does that mean it's coming
So-
in or going out?
So that's moving 63,000 then from the from the tax levy in operations to support the capital fund. So the capital program. So you're of
Okay.
the you know, if it's let me just pull up the fire budget here. On which page that showed.
Oh yeah, okay, I see it on the capital side here now.
Yeah, so that's moving it
levy.
from operating to capital. So that's basically, that's how much the tax levy is impacted. The other sources of funding in the capital program might be reserves, could be donations, could be grants, but that's the moving the amount that the tax levy is supporting the capital program.
Okay, so just to further that, like, so in your report here, you have the fire down for, operating side, but so we haven't talked about the capital side of fire, right? So this is only
No,
discussing
that,
the,
yeah, I was thinking we'd go through the capital, once we get through some of these operational pressures, then look at the capital and go through the separate, the capital detail spreadsheet that shows, okay, we're doing turnout gear, X number of dollars. And so then we'd kind of approve each one of those kind of items that are specific in the capital side, but deal with that after we've kind of got through these operational items.
okay. Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
I apologize, Mayor Robinson. I should have lowered my hand.
Okay, Councillor so that's fine. Second time speaker, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. I do support this motion. I'd like to propose an amendment that the finance director report back on options for length of terms for the financing.
Amendment. I'm just writing that down. Hamilton. Who is seconding this motion? If it is to be seconded, Councillor Townsend, are you seconding the amendment?
Yes, I second the motion.
Okay, that's fine. Is there any other comments? Councillor Hamilton, are there more comments? No? All right, thank you. So Clerk Sharbeck, could you go through the amending motion and I will call the vote and then the main motion.
So through your worship, just to clarify with Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that you want to amend the main motion by adding and that the finance director bring back information regarding options for the term of loan repayment. Is that, I'm not sure what the amendment was, Councillor Hamilton. Sorry.
That's how I phrased it, Clerk. I put length of terms for financing. Perhaps that's too specific and perhaps the director knows where I'm going with this and it could just say options for financing. I was looking for just to present council with more than one option is what I was looking for. Thank you.
Director Mighton, is there any input you'd like to provide?
Yeah, that capturing that financing options for the the fire truck, just presenting that, the financing options. That's fine. That should cover it. Yeah.
So at the appropriate time, Clerk Sharbeck, as your wordsmithing, if you could read the amendment and I will call the vote.
Sure, through your worship. That the main motion to adopt the fire department portion of the operational budget be amended by adding and that the finance director bring back information regarding financing options for the fire truck.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. I see 4 members of council that have voted. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, if you could clear your dashboard, that's 4 yes. And all those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 3 opposed, which included myself, but so the motion carried 4 to 3. Clerk Scharbeck, Councillor Herger, if you could please clear your dashboard. I know you're trying. And also Clerk Scharbeck to the main motion, please. Oh, wait a minute. Clerk Scharbeck, one moment. Councillor Herger, you have your hand up now.
I would like to make a different motion, and to that point, I would like to have our Director of Finance present council with the asset management plan for fire, as she mentioned before we have.
Okay, so one moment. Thank you for your intent as articulated. Clerk Scharbeck, we have a main motion on the floor, duly moved and seconded. Now understanding what Councillor Herger wishes to do with that. Procedural comment, please.
Through you, Worship. I think I'll just check with Councillor Herger. Did you mean following this motion as a standalone direction to staff to bring that forward? Or
that sounds wonderful. That sounds good. We'll take it up next. Thank you.
Okay. So we're back to the main motion.
To the main motion, please. Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the main motion and I will call the vote.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Herger and seconded by, moved by Councillor, Herger and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Yes.
That the fire department portion of the operational budget be approved as presented and that the finance director bring back financing options for the fire truck.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion carried with all members of council voting in favor. Councillor Hergert.
Thank you. I would like the direction to our Director of Finance to bring back that report for asset management of the fire departments. Please and thank you. And also, I would be remiss if I did not sing the praises of the fire department as well. So thank you for their service.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I second the motion.
Is there any comments or clarification questions with regard to the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. The motion carries with all members of council voting in favor. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, you've got your hand up. Oh, all right. So Director Mighton, I think we're now on to the recreation item.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. So the first item, as we had previously mentioned, is the return of our seconded employee through halfway through the year next year. So that's an item that we are committed to. And then the rest of the items, there is a small decrease in the budgeted program revenues. Just looking, I believe, at some of the restrictions that may be still in place with COVID or not, just sort of how it'll build back up. There is amount 7,300 in there for youth development and accessible programming, another 5,000 for youth development capstone project, and 4,500 for additional community resiliency programming, and then 5,000 for towards some trails expense in there as well. And our recreation staff are on the line. Our recreation supervisor, I'm not sure about our facility managers, but our recreation supervisor can certainly speak to any of the questions as well for specifics.
Okay, well, thank you for that presentation. We do know that Supervisor Hewlett is available for questions. Are there any questions at this time with regard to the budget request for recreation. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, again, I appreciate what our director, recreation director is trying to do with programs and whatnot. Excuse me, I think I'm going to sneeze here. I'm going to be all right. I just don't know whether we can, first of all, there's still a lot of unpredictability in terms of what it's going to look like this year with programming. So I'm not sure whether all these are going to even run. But also given that, you know, that we have a tough task to do to bring this down, I would suggest that we look at maybe reducing this budget. I don't know whether we look at dropping some programs or what, but I'd be in favor of a less increase in terms of recreation. And the other thing I wanted to mention, I see trails is in there. Is that a possibility to draw some money for trails from the Mighton account, which is, and give them credit for working on the trails? And not that we've committed to anything yet, but just throw it out there.
Director Mighton, with regard to the Mighton legacy, does that qualify, or and building on Councillor Hutchinson's inquiry?
Yeah, the main limitation on those funds is that they're used within the town of Durham limits. So it doesn't expand anything outside of Durham into West Grey, and that they be given credit for whatever type of project, signage, some sort of recognition, so that their legacy is acknowledged. But it is strictly within building up anything in that trails or parks for the town of Durham.
Right. Yeah. So I'm thinking if we were to go that route, then the section that I've been looking at and thinking about, and when we get something going, is from the town parking lot down to say Douglas Street, that trail, that section, which is our most popular area, and then would put some signage up to recognize the contribution. So just throw that out there. I don't know where else we are in terms of funding, if we're receiving any other money, but I just wanted to mention that.
Well, thank you. Councillor Shea then.
Thank you. I thought, Director Mighton, did we not approve some sort of small trails initiative at some point through the year? I thought we committed to doing signage or something.
We've applied for a grant. It escapes me the name of the grant at the moment.
Resiliency?
Community resiliency. Resiliency funding. We did apply for some playground structure improvements, and then some signage, wayfinding signage for trails. So there was a portion that we've applied for a grant for that. We haven't heard back on the grant at this point, but that is something that we have applied for, is some wayfinding signage for grant, or for trails, excuse me.
Were we required to make a commitment to trigger that? Is that why that's in here?
No, we were just looking at trying to add some in the budget, as previously directed at other meetings, towards beefing up the trail system, whether it's signage or if it's gates, is it the surface treatment. So, not knowing what exactly council's direction would be on, is it the ground surface, but looking at putting something in the budget going forward. So that's why it was in here. And then we've applied for the grant for specific items that would be separate from this, but it was just looking at trying to put something in there because it has been brought up several times in the past. I don't know if the recreation supervisor can add any more.
Supervisor Hewlett.
Essentially what Carrie has said sums up the trails currently. We have applied for a few grants and are waiting to hear back. But those grants, primarily under direction actually from our insurance provider, we are choosing to beef up and maintain our playground infrastructure because our insurance provider has mentioned that that is at a deficit currently. So this additional $5,000 was to help above and beyond grants we would receive to help keep our or obtain our trails infrastructure and keep it up to par.
Councillor Shea, anything further?
Okay, thank you for that. Sure, I am in support of the trails, especially if we're looking at continued COVID impacts. People are using the trails more than ever, and it's not a huge amount of money. But I wonder if I could just ask the recreation director to just briefly outline what the youth development.
Councillor Shea, we're not hearing your audio.
Community resiliency programming are. They're tiny amounts, and I'm not really.
Councillor Shea.
Can you hear me now?
No, but thank you for the interruption. Could you rephrase your question?
Hello?
Your audio went out.
Oh, sorry about that. I wonder if the recreation director could just outline what those 3 programs are that are in this summary. I think I'm probably in favor of all of them, but I wouldn't mind a tiny bit of detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hewlett.
Yes, absolutely. So to start off, the community resiliency funding is fairly open-ended in its description, to be completely honest with you, but that would focus on resiliency programming and bringing the community back together, doing events such as the Halloween drive-through or drive-in movie nights, really just things, because right now we're all separate. So to help bring the community back together and bring that cohesiveness that was West Grey back again. Moving on to the youth capstone, very similar. That would be working with the youth advisory committee or whatever name that committee takes on to really develop a project that serves the youth in the community, but also gives them a hand in helping to develop a project.
Councillor Shea,
Okay, thank you.
are you all done your questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Councillor Hutchinson, I just want to make sure I didn't, just for clarity on your statement, you're looking to maintain this 5,000 in here, and we're reaching out to the Mighton Fund for additional. You weren't looking to drop this and look to that. I just want to make sure I heard you correct.
Okay, before I go to Councillor Hutchinson, there's no motion on the floor at this point. But Councillor Hutchinson, clarity to Deputy Mayor's question on.
Yeah, so my thoughts were, can we get this money from somewhere else? So the Mighton account, if we were to use it, then it would come off the levy, right? So the Mighton account has money set aside for parks and that type of thing. So that was my intent to try to get some money off the levy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just thought, I just wasn't sure if I heard you clear. Thank you for the clarification.
Right. That's it, Deputy Mayor, then? Okay, thank you. On to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm struggling to reconcile the almost $345,000 increase on the summary sheet back to all of the different areas and where they're for. But for example, if I look at the Norma B Arena sheet, we've had a transfer to capital of $40,000 in 2020. We've got $95,000 in 2021 and $50,000 in 22. So we're not dealing with capital yet, but it is monies that looks like it's coming from the levy. And I'm wondering, one, why does it jump up and why now? And I haven't had a chance to identify something as obvious as that for the others yet, but I'm just trying to get a reconciliation from what we had in 2020 to this $344,000 increase. And I wonder if perhaps Supervisor Hewlett could help us get there with the help of potentially Director. Yeah, sorry, I just saw your hand there.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, yes, I would first like to go to Director Mighton. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so what we're looking at in this list of items is just some of the operational pressures, not the capital. So when we get down to the capital, that's when we'll go through and approve an item, approve a transfer to reserve, or pull it out. So the capital piece is separate. The operating portion, operating levy is up about 163,245 is the operating increase in total. So we have the 60,000 for the return of the secondment. We have this $30,000 on the operations here. Then there is a piece that is part of the overall wages and benefits that is sprinkled through all of the departments. So there is that piece that also is part of the operating budgets as well, but have isolated and grouped all of that separately rather than itemizing it individually.
Thank you, Director Mighton. Supervisor Hewlett, was there anything further you wish to add?
No, Director Mighton summed it up perfectly.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Just for clarification, Director Mighton, does that also include the secondment coming back? When you said
yes, yeah, the 60,000 for the secondment, yeah.
Okay, so the 163 you're talking about, subtracted off the 344, the rest is all capital then?
There is a then we've got the capital portion on recreation is about 185,000 over last year.
Okay, we'll deal with that separately.
Yes, yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much. I just needed that clarification. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Let me see where I'm at. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like to ask our supervisor to highlight the COVID year and how that affected recreation, what you were able to achieve. And could you forecast what you're planning for this coming year before adding the new programs, but just how you envision the year ahead with the COVID impacts. And thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett.
Yes, absolutely. This past year really took everything that I knew as recreation and kind of crumpled it up and threw it out, and we had to almost restart. But luckily, working with our summer camp team that we've essentially hired year over year, we were able to salvage a very successful summer camp team. And in working very closely with public health, we saw almost all of our regular summer campers returned. We lost registration was down, which is a given across the board in any department that you look at. But we were really able to salvage the summer camp season and have a successful season. But with that, our pool and aquatics programs did suffer. We weren't able to operate the pool this past summer, but moving forward into this season, I'm hopeful that we will be able to operate the pool in some different capacity. It won't look like it would in past years, but I'm hopeful that we will be able to salvage the aquatics programming that we've seen in the past, just with slight modifications. With that, we weren't able to run a ton of our registered recreation programming. However, with that, we were able to support in community resiliency with the drive-through Halloween event, kind of moving a few of our resources onto online and creating online parent portals for different users in the community, and really, again, similar to the library, structuring into online outreach and creating a resource hub. And then again, helping with the drive-through Santa Claus parade. And this year I'm forecasting that recreation will move back into, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do some regular drop-in programming, but I'm really starting to move over to the community events and really bringing people back together again, and I'm focusing on inclusive programming and more outdoor programming. The biggest benefit that we do see in recreation is in West Grey, we do have the ability to have many outdoor green spaces. So in bringing that, we are able to do play in the park style programming and really take our traditional indoor programming and throw it back outside and really get back out into nature and the outdoors. So I think we'll just, and even I'm still rethinking what recreation looks like, but really going back out into the community and getting rec really back to its roots of where Parks and Recreation was grounded, where we're going right back out there and going back outside. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to salvage almost all of our programming. It'll just look a little bit different.
Thank you. One more follow-up question in that regards. Do you anticipate virtual programming growing, like delivering? I recall you had how to stay safe at home kind of program. Are some of those programs, are you able to move to virtual delivery?
Yes, so we do have the option to move those programs to virtual delivery. However, as an instructor, it becomes quite difficult often because parents rely on these programs as a type of child minding for the day. So they would typically be run on a PD day, and you would enroll your kids as it's almost like a daycare type service, but they learn something throughout the day, and it's beneficial to both parties involved. The parents don't have to watch their kids, but they also learn something throughout the day. We do have the option to move them online. I'm not anticipating that we will run as many of those courses just because I think registration will be down on that side of things, but I am looking at trying to do it, but I don't think we'll run the 4 cohorts that I had perceived before. It would probably be down to 1 or 2.
Okay, thank you. And a question to our Director of Finance. We're in the budget, we're anticipating a reduction of revenues. Does that, are we able to at this point say we'd like to use some of the COVID grant money to cover that, or does it have to hit the levy as a deficit as presented in the budget? Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly show that we're moving some of that funding to help offset those decreased revenues, but it's trying to show that, yes, there is an impact on the revenues. They're not going to be the same. So showing that change in them, and then recognizing that, we need to bring forward some of that COVID money to help balance things in the end.
Okay, thank you. So I've heard a couple grant opportunities, perhaps the Mighton Fund for the trails and perhaps the COVID grant for this one item. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam CIO, I did notice your hand up. Is there something that you wish to say?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I lost a little bit of your audio, so I'm thinking that you're inviting me to speak.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I did have my hand up. I just wanted to.
Oh, my goodness. CIO Johnson, if you can hear me, we've lost your audio. And it would appear that your video is frozen. Madam CIO, are you able to start from the beginning?
Oh, am I breaking up? Sorry. I was just going to mention that in addition to a modified recreation program, we have transitioned some recreation functions to community services in the way of support for the social enterprise project, which is an outreach that aligns very well with recreation, and trying to create opportunities for families to do things together. So, the Festive Life Tour. So it has been a busy year, just not traditional. And I suspect 2021 is going to have to be creative as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So I was on the same wavelength as Councillor Hamilton, I think, in that under recreation, we have $10,000, which was a decrease in program revenues. So my thought was, why can't we use our emergency funding to cover that, because it's a decrease in revenue. And then the other one that goes along with it's under recreation, but it's also the Elmwood Community Center Board. They come up with a $10,000 or 50% share of their budgeted deficit for 2021. To me, why wouldn't we be able to use that from our emergency funds? So that's my question.
Director Mighton.
When we get down to the Elmwood, I do have an update on the
request.
Elmwood, yes, there is. They have submitted a revised budget, but I can, and it is actually more capital pressure that it's facing, but it's down to about a $2,000 increase in our year-over-year budget. But yeah,
but we'll get to that one.
Okay.
But Councillor Hutchinson, anything further, please?
No, so I'm just thinking in terms of instead of putting money on levies, if there's emergency funding there to help cover previous year budgets, deficits, or even going into this year's, then we should be using that. So I'm just wanting to throw that out there to keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, yesterday at Roma with Minister Clark, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, made an announcement about yet another modernization fund. And the way he described the successes was a little different than the way that I think he was talking about much larger municipalities as well. The examples he gave of successes was in improvements and savings, right? We're kind of catching up on that in the sense that we're able to do some improvements which actually allow us to get the job done rather at a reasonable pace rather than trying to run like mad to get it done. So we're in a different stage of the game, but I just thought I'd mention, he did mention it. I do not know if it's an absolute brand new, whether you're aware of it or whether we've already applied. There were so many numbers and opportunities for funding in the last 2 days. It was just unreal. And somehow we need to capture all those and have a look. They may help us. So that's a comment just for things you learn when you're at these things. And I thought I'd share that with the director. The one question I have is, are any of the capital projects that we will review later related to the increase in operational cost? Meaning, if we said don't do that capital, don't spend that capital, would we see a reduction in operations? And I mean that both from revenue and cost, because if it's to develop a new program, then you may find out that, or support one that maybe was lacking a bit with new equipment or whatever, we might find that in a COVID year, that wouldn't be a smart idea. I'm trying to be frank, look for ideas to bring that 344 down to a more reasonable number.
Director
I'm
Mike.
trying to understand the relationship between the capital and the operational.
With first glance at the capital listing, I don't believe there's operational impacts per se. That would, if we cut it, that we would have a reduction on the operating side. There isn't that relationship, I don't think, in your current capital list, but that's just a cursory view, not the perfectly detailed. But if it comes up when we get into the line by line on the capital, it would certainly bring that to your attention.
Okay, I just didn't want us to move ahead and approve an operational if there was that link. And sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. So I just thought I would ask. Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, well, very good. I'm not seeing any other questions. So where are we at, Council? Councillor Hamilton.
I would move that we accept this recreation budget and that we use the Mighton reserves for the trails expense and the COVID funding for the decrease in program revenues.
Okay, is there a seconder for this motion? Would that be Councillor Herger?
Yes, I will happily second that. Could we have a comment just from staff if both of those grant opportunities are able to be utilized?
Yes, Director Maiton.
Yes, that they would be available for that.
Okay, any, well, first, I'm gonna go to the clerk to ensure that she's captured the motion and if she requires any clarity. Clerk Scharbach.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I would ask, actually, Director Maiton, could you just confirm that the specific fund names and what they can be used for in this motion? It was the Maiton Fund to be used for trails?
Yeah, Maiton Estate Fund for trails. Yep. And it's Safe Restart funding is the one that's the COVID associated for the decrease in the projected decrease in program revenues.
Thanks. That's perfect.
So Clerk Scharbach, would you mind, I'm giving, obviously needing the time that you require, but would you read that back? We do have a mover and
Sure.
seconder, and then I'll just ask council if there's questions of clarity.
So what I have, and the mover and seconder can correct me if I've missed this, that council accept the recreation budget as presented, and that the Maiton Estate Fund be used for trails, and that the Safe Restart funding be used to offset the projected decrease in program revenues.
Is that correct, Councillor Hamilton, with a thumbs up? Good.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Herger does the seconder. Yep, sees thumbs up, pardon me, thumbs up. All right, with that, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, for clarity, if we're getting less revenue and we aren't seeing similar reductions in expenses, it means staff could be doing other things related to that or not. I'm not quite sure. Because we're not involved in operations, we don't necessarily understand how staff may be redirected to another project or another issue. But I'm wondering, as far as the Safe Restart dollars concerned, is there anything else in recreation that should be covered? And that's from an operational perspective, whether it be revenues and or expenses. So I'll leave it there because either the director will be able to help or Supervisor Hewlett might, or even the CAO. But I'll leave it to whoever is in the best position to answer that.
Director Mighton.
Yeah, so in this particular line item, I think some of the reason for the decrease in revenue is a change in the format of the type of program. Instead of being summer camp where we're charging X number of dollars for the kid to attend, which we still are planning to do. Some of this other is community-based free program just to bring people together, but there's no revenues associated with it. And depending on how the summer camp programs and swim programs, if they're allowed to come back, if it's similar to the restrictions that we saw in our numbers, and how we may not be able to capitalize on the full, open it up for 20 kids to participate in. If we're still stuck with the 10 per cohort of our little sections. So it's kind of that line in particular was changing that. Some of the other ones, these budgets were prepared in November. We were hoping that the arena revenues would be a status quo back to normal. Now we realize that our budget targets we may not hit in those items, so we will probably need to utilize some of that Safe Restart funding to help offset missing those targets. Because our ice, we basically, now we're, what was it? Did we have, no, we were out in January. So we didn't have any 2021 ice revenues, basically. December was the last. So we're missing three months of ice revenues that are included in these numbers. But we know we haven't been able to capitalize on them. We're now taking the ice out. Some of the expenses will help offset that because the hydro should hopefully start to be lower now that the compressors are out and things like that. But there is still the reduction in expenses probably won't offset the lost revenues 100%. So there will be a little bit of that some of that Safe Restart fund would help offset as well, so that at the end of the year we're not we're able to help offset that deficit.
Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering there then, if we're not offsetting the expenses, is there something we should be doing to offset the expenses? And that's not my call, that's an operational activity, but to me, if you've got a program that you're not getting the revenue, you try to minimize how much you spend, right? And I don't think that was our approach last year, but I'm wondering how long can we continue to do that and not somehow get our expenses down a bit.
And we did do that to a certain degree last year. We did, there was some staff that found alternate, committed to one employer rather than doing 2 part-time jobs. We did not have the same volume of summer staff that we normally would in a full year with camp and swim. We only did the camp. So we did find reductions. In the 2021, we, like I indicated, we've shut the compressors off, the ice is pulled. So we should see some of those reduced hydro costs and those types of maintenance costs should hopefully come down a wee bit. So we are trying to mitigate. We do still need staff in the buildings to monitor and to maintain things and clean things and do that, and hopefully gearing up for when the lockdown is over and what can we do for opening facilities again at some point. But we have tried to mitigate some of our costs, both last year and this year, as we've moved into a new environment with this new lockdown.
Thank you. Further, Councillor?
Yeah, one last comment, and that is, when we see the final budget, will we see the reflection of the restart and recovery dollars actually applied, so that we have some normalcy for comparison to 2020 and some normalcy going forward into 2022? And we don't forget how we got there, you know, in the sense of, we don't want to have to put you through all that explanation of variance, but will it be shown in that as an additional revenue item, or how will that actually be shown?
Yeah, without going back and redoing the budget, if you want, we can amend the different line items and put the revenue back in. Otherwise, we would leave the line items the way they are, explain the variances, and pull in the revenue as an unexplained, or as another variance, that we have this safe restart funding that wasn't known at the time the budget was prepared. If we had had our budget approved January 1st, that's what we would be doing, unless we go back and amend the budget. So we can do it either way, if there's one direction that that the council would like to see it versus another. But right now, your budget that we're working on does not show that additional impact of those lost revenues. As an example, primarily it's the recreation facilities in their ice time. Right now, those ice time expenses and ice time revenues are shown based on a normal year. So if you want, we can revisit and adjust those and show the offset of the revenue. It's just whichever way council wants it shown.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it would make it easier to identify it as what, there's an additional revenue source at this point to offset that. Like, I would leave the numbers as they're projected today correct, but actually have a, like, meaning once you decide what the real number is, and then look at the offsetting of the lost revenue with the other restart dollars, so that we recall that's where it came from when we're looking at next year's. But anyway, I'll leave it to you to decide how best to do that, but
Thank you,
that was all,
Councillor.
Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion? And I will call the vote.
The moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Herbert, that council accepts the recreation budget as presented, and that the Mighton Estate Fund be used for trails, and that the safe restart funding be used to offset the projected decrease in program revenues.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. Motion carried. Councillor Townsend, I see you waving your hand. Is there something you need clarified?
Yes, I was trying to get it out before the vote, but I guess you didn't see my hand.
No, sorry, I didn't.
I believe it was the operational budget we were talking about approving, not the just the full recreational budget. And I didn't hear the word operational.
I'm going to have the clerk read the motion, or actually it's passed, but read the resolution.
Actually, the resolution didn't clarify that, but I know that was the intent, is to look at just the operational budget before council. So I would call that a typo that I missed that word, because we did include it in the other ones. So is everybody agreeable with me just making that correction?
It's fair enough to me, and I'm just looking at the other members of council. They seem to be very much in the affirmative. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hands up as well now. No? Okay. All right. So nobody's on the dashboard. Director Mighton, the next item.
Okay, on your sheet, it does note the Elmwood Community Center had an increase there. As I indicated before,
excuse me, Director Mighton, I apologize for interrupting. On my sheet anyway, it has council 23.5.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yep, no, I was looking at my other sheet and it was after that, but I had fixed that on there. Sorry about that. That was my my error on the wrong schedule.
And
Yeah,
I am going to interrupt you again, and I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Please excuse me, but I do see Deputy Mayor Hutchinson's hand up. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It doesn't have to be right this minute, but I'll be looking for a break coming up shortly, please.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let's move ahead with the item at hand, Director Mighton, and then we'll note the break. Okay.
Okay, yep. So the one significant item, excluding the small increase or change to the wages for council, was the contract labor item for the Integrity Commissioner. The 2020 budget had included only $1,500, and based on where we are tracking to be for actual usage in 2020, we probably need to increase that by about 23,500 based on the usage that we're seeing in the Integrity Commissioner. So that's an item that we had under budgeted for in 2020, but not anticipating that it's going to decrease going forward. So that's what that item refers to.
Members of council, questions? Clarity? So, all right, I am not seeing any questions. Is there a mover for a motion? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would move that we accept the council budget as presented with the proviso of reviewing the compensation as noted in a previous motion we had earlier.
Okay, Clerk Sherbeck, I just note that you need clarity.
We didn't have that motion earlier. There was a suggestion that I would be sent a notice of motion for the next agenda to review the council remuneration. So I'm wondering if I could just clarify through your worship with Councillor Townsend, that council accept the council budget as presented.
Point of order. Sorry to interrupt, but were we talking, on my sheet, we're talking about Integrity Commissioner, not council,
That's right.
Please
right? Not council
continue.
remuneration. We're talking about Integrity Commissioner wages, right? Okay,
Yes,
I thought
through
you
your worship.
said.
That's why I just want to clarify what this motion is actually saying. It's not addressing the council remuneration, and the decision to revisit the council remuneration hasn't been voted on yet.
Right.
I'm wondering what exactly is council accepting at this point, and perhaps Director Mighton could just clarify the piece that is being approved with this motion.
I'll go to Director Mighton and then back to Councillor Townsend as the mover. Director Mighton.
Yeah, so the piece is the in the council budget, the main increase is that contract labor for the Integrity Commissioner. That's excluding the wage piece, which is a different item that we'll deal with next meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, is your do you wish to clarify how you are presenting your motion?
Yes, I'm just going to clarify what I think that the director just said. I believe what we're being asked to do is approve council budget less the compensation aspect of that. Is that correct, Director Mighton?
Sure, yep.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say by saying that we actually approve the council budget less the compensation piece. And I apologize, I said on the motion, but you're right, pending the result of the notice of motion when that comes forward.
So
Sherbeck.
Through your worship, thank you for that, Councillor Townsend. Just have I got it that council accepts the council budget as presented, excluding council compensation?
That's probably an easier way to say it, yes.
Is that okay? We got it then. Thanks.
Okay, I do have a mover. Is there a seconder for this motion?
Point of clarity?
Certain Certainly, go ahead.
Would it be more clear and transparent, direct, just to say, council approves the integrity commissioner expense or the contract labor for commissioner? So just I'm just trying to be really clear.
Okay, so
I'm not sure who I'm asking, but thank you.
no, that's fine. I'm first going to go to Clerk Scharbach and then Director Biden after that, if need be. Clerk Scharbach.
I guess, thank you through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. That was kind of what I was asking as well, is what exactly is this motion approving? So it looks like the intent of this and how it reads is that the whole budget for council is being approved except for remuneration.
Councillor
So
Townsend, is that correct?
Yes, that was the intent based on the comment made by Director of Finance, which basically said the only changes of any significance were this integrity and the compensation, which compensation is being handled separately, and the integrity commissioner portion is being presented here. If you want to deal with the integrity commissioner separately, we're still going to have to come back and look at the rest of it later. So why not just do it all together? But I'll leave it to the majority.
Thank you for that clarity. Sorry, further, Clerk Scharbach.
I guess that's what's been moved.
Okay.
And the integrity commissioner piece is included in that.
Okay.
And I think it's the only significant change to the council budget, but that's.
Thank you.
It's council's wish.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbach. Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
I'm actually not. I have an inquiry for our Director of Finance, please.
Go ahead.
So my question, Director of Finance, is could you share how much money was spent on inquiries versus undefended investigations?
Thank you very much for that. I do have a question myself for the clerk. So I appreciate your question, Councillor Hergert. Clerk Scharbach, I believe I should be asking for a seconder at this stage before we move forward with Councillor Hergert's question, or can we move ahead with Councillor Hergert's question? I just want to make sure we're all correct. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry.
I was hoping not to say that today.
I'm so sorry. There's a motion has been moved, but it has not been seconded. So the debate on whether or not to accept the budget for council as presented would need a seconder. Councillor Hergert's question could be entertained prior to that, okay, or after with the seconder, and have that integrity commissioner piece as part of the budget discussion. Would probably be ideal if you could get a seconder first, and then address the or allow Director Mighton to address the specifics of the integrity commissioner costs.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert now.
Thank you. So to the director, my question was, is there any differentiation in costs between inquiries of council and undefended investigations?
I don't believe we get that specific detail in the invoicing. I'd have to look at the individual invoices, but I think it's just so many hours, a date. It doesn't give what the real reason for it is, just that they were used for 5 hours and here's the hourly rate with in the invoice, but they don't share, I don't think, specific or details of that, of any item.
Is there any way to get a bit better detailed record of their accounting? To that point, an undefended investigation, meaning it didn't drag on and on and on and on like it could have, maybe less money than inquiries. And I'm just not sure of that expense. So I'm curious if there is an opportunity to get a bit better of a record keeping from them.
Clerk
you.
Charbach.
Through you, Your Worship, that's a very interesting question, Councillor Herger, and their invoices, as Director Mighton had said, are very general to protect some privacy pieces. But I think we can certainly ask them to provide a little bit more clarity and costs that, I mean, if an invoice, let's say there's 6 hours of time on it, if 4 are for inquiries and 2 are specific to an investigation, I don't think that breaches any privacy pieces. But is that kind of the information you were looking for, Councillor Herger?
That is what I'm looking for, just some accountability on their end. They seemingly can drive the cost up and really we're left to pay that expense. So I am just looking for, is this really council's inquiries that drive that up? I'm also curious about what integrity commissioner investigations our West Grey Council would be responsible for. And to that point, what do we pay for investigations? And if someone outside of our municipality makes an inquiry or an investigation, is West Grey Council still responsible to pay?
Luke Sherbuck.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yes, that's another good question, Councillor Herger. Anybody can file a complaint and that leads to an investigation and West Grey pays. That's that's the reality of it.
So I'm just trying to get a little bit of accountability on that
Right.
increase. That's been significant. Thank you.
Any other questions? Clerk Sherbuck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Your Worship. The motion is that council accepts the council budget as presented, excluding council compensation.
All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Now, members of council, I want to ask you something, and also Director Mighton, I'm going to come to you as well. Is this I know a break has been requested, but I'm wondering, is this the appropriate time to adjourn our meeting to have another meeting? And also, Director Mighton, to that question that I've just posed to council, is this a natural break in our discussion and deliberation to achieve that, should council wish to do that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we're basically kind of through our operating portion of it. So we'd be moving into the capital details. So yeah, if we want to regroup at the next meeting and start into the detailed capital review, it would be a natural point to break if that's what you wish. Otherwise, that's where we'd be starting into after our 5-minute break, would be pulling out those capital detail sheets and starting to go through some of that portion of the budget.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with that, but also a couple of other observations. We've got staff that are going to be bringing back some information on the operating side. So it'd be really nice if we could do that at the beginning of our next meeting before we get into capital, so we understand where we're at. The second thing is I'd like to know where we're at. We've made some adjustments, and I'd like to see where we come in the way of percentage, so that we know, first of all, do we need to go back and look at the operation on the next meeting? And if we do this right, we may actually find we can get away with one only, which would be a record for us in our 3 budget reviews. But I'd really like to try to attain that if we could.
Well, thank you for your comment and your observations. Director Mighton, are you able to give us a status report now? Or do you need additional time, which we can address at our next meeting?
Yeah, we can, so we have, let's make sure I've got those in. Based on the 2% police, the library, I've got in at their full request, but we know that it may change slightly depending on the final wage portion. The wage portion we haven't dealt with. So we're at, the other piece we haven't dealt with is the borrowing. So with the wages in the or the police building not in there, we're just over 4%. That's with the 2% for the police budget pushback, no pushback other than the wage on the library adjustment. But yeah, our own corporate-wide wages, that's not included in there, or any police building item in there. So you're at about 4% right now. That's also excluding the any capital increases. That's just on the operational items in there so far.
Okay, and I just, Councillor Townsend, I just want to double check something here. Because I'm going through my notes here. Do we still, before we go into capital, which it sounds like we'll be doing that on the next meeting, the recreation for the Elmwood Community Center, is that still?
So they have brought forward a revised budget. So they're with a 0% operational increase, but they do have a capital increase. Okay. So we can deal with it lumping in there. That was a revised budget that we've received since this was prepared. Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to keep everything really clear, not only to our council members, but anyone listening in, of course. Okay, Councillor Townsend?
That's fine. It gives us a pretty good mark of where we're at, but I think at some point we're going to have to formalize exactly where we're at rather than just, magnitude, if you will. Because I think it's going to be important that every percentage is going to count. Every 1/10 of a percentage is probably going to count, to get us down to competitive. And I know folks are looking around us to see how well people around us are doing. And I'm not sure if we put in anything about growth or increased revenue from the new housing, et cetera. So if we could have that discussion next time as well, that would be appreciated.
Great. Now I'm wondering, and I will go to Councillor Shea in a minute. I would ask that through the clerk's office or wherever it needs to go, that a poll be done in terms of next meeting date, what's most appropriate. And Clerk Scharbeck, before I go any further, I saw your hand.
Through your worship, that poll has been sent out. I just looked at it. Nobody's responded yet.
Yeah,
because we've been in this meeting. However, the poll is out there to pick a next meeting date and a date with consideration given to allowing proper notice and the agenda preparation a week ahead, but also for Director Martin to gather up a considerable amount of information and do those revisions as well. So it is there, just waiting for folks to weigh in on their preferred date.
Yeah, and also Director Martin, if there's a date that pushes it out a little bit, just in terms of your prep time. I'm cognizant of the amount of work you do on this. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at. Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking for an email from you, Clerk, with that poll and not seeing it.
Look for one from Lindsay.
Oh, it's from Lindsay. Okay.
And let me just see.
I wonder if it went to spam.
Sorry, let me, at 10:15 a.m.
Today?
Today, yes.
I haven't. Didn't get.
Well, I'm seeing that Councillor Hutchinson doesn't have it, and I'm not going to go into my email while we're in the meeting, but I do think perhaps
I can forward that on.
Wonderful. You read my mind. Okay.
But I actually had a question for Director Mighton.
Go ahead.
Somebody mentioned, looking to our neighbors and what's going on over there. I did notice that one of our neighbors factored in the MPAC assessment hold as an availability to soften the blow of tax increases in this year. Do you think at our next meeting you could also explain how that might impact on us as well?
Director Mighton.
Yep, we can take a look at, there won't be, because there's, it's really just the growth that's being isolated, I think, in people's numbers, as opposed to what we call a notional tax rate, which would reset based on the reassessment, because there is no reassessment this year. We're using last year's same numbers. There is no change this year. So it's really any change in assessment is attributable to growth. So it kind of simplifies that calculation, if you will, bringing that in. Some of the items I've seen is they're doing it net of the overall increase. So the school board, the province has set the school rates. So there is no change to those school rates. So there's no increase attributable to that. So does that provide any room for an overall blended rate? When we were looking at numbers there before with the increases, it gets into, oh, redo that, and let's add this in as an example. If we were coming in at the 1.4 million, what is the blended rate on that once you add in the local, the county, and the school board at 0? Then instead of being a 14%, it drops it down to somewhere around an 8% blended rate. So I think that's maybe what they're getting at in some of those. I have tried to collect a few of them. Some of them they're coming in at 5.2, 4.7 before any blended rate. That's their actual levy. 2.7, 5.1, 4.3. So that's their initial levy changes. When they get to the blended, they're lower naturally, depending on their own individual growth that they're seeing.
Okay, so not too many in the double digits.
Not that I've seen through my channels, no.
Thank you.
So with that, on item 6, Clerk Scharbach, could you please read the motion on the adjournment?
Yes, through your worship. Sorry, my video is going funny here. The motion is that council hereby adjourns at 3:01 p.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Townsend, I'll second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor. A motion carried, and we stand adjourned. Thank you very much for a great discussion overall. We'll see you again, and thank you to everyone listening in. We very much appreciate your participation that way.